everybody. How y'all doing today? I am Buddy Del Pino, and this is Lower Class. All right. So today I wanted to watch a pretty interesting video and then just go through a couple articles because this is the poster boy for the Democrat Party right now. Old Gavi. So, gonna watch this video, going to read the comments, and then we're gonna go through these articles. I figured riot coverage has kind of waned, and it seems like now everyone's just waiting until the end of the night to start rioting, and I don't really stream at night, so just all right. So that look in his eyes, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not even just trying to like come up with stuff to dislike about this dude. The guy has fucking Ted Bundy eyes, right? Like, I get the feeling that if he wasn't governor and he was just some fucking random street dude, that he would be going back to the chick after he was done wherever he buried her to, you know. Gee whiz. I'm trying to navigate that bad boy. All right, so anyway, let's go ahead and go through this. Mind you, skimmed through it a little bit earlier, so I am going to be stopping and ranting on this motherfucker because I do not fucking like this guy. And with good reason, too. I mean, like, the dude's an absolute fucking snake. He lies constantly. He's a failure as a governor. And we're going to go through exactly why that is. Donald Trump inflamed a combustible situation, but it seems like they had plenty of flaming combustibles that they were lobbing at fucking cars, dude. Good for you, bro. Good for you. Yeah, I needed some sleep, too. I ended up waking up much earlier than I usually do today. So that was a nice change of pace there. But, yeah, I'm glad you slept good, man.
That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous national guard.
The downward spiral began when the police started to contain and quell the riots. And see, the lie here is just so blatant, and it really goes to show how much they believe they have a control over the narrative. Like, people all over the country, he waited way too late. That's the issue. He's trying to do damage control now. That's all this is. He waited way too fucking late, and now he's got to come out and say some shit and try to blame it on Trump. But, like, the thing is, we watched for 4-5 days before he released this fucking video of how the events panned out. It wasn't until he started to send the police out that the riot started to get contained. These motherfuckers were lobbing piss bottles and fireworks and setting cars on fire and everything before Trump sent in the fucking National Guard. And everyone knows that. All this shit was fucking live streamed, man. It's fucking insane.
Our deployment by fanning the flames even harder.
So they fanned the flames by starting to shut shit down. Fucking based, Abe. Absolutely fucking based, my friend.
All across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to.
See, what's funny is he went on and was saying kids are afraid to go to school and shit. They're not afraid to go to school because of the people that are quelling the fucking riots. They're afraid of going to school because of the people who are fucking burning cars and shit in the street. And he knows that. These people are not stupid. I'm so tired of this. Don't mistake malice or incompetence for malice bullshit. That's such fucking horseshit, dude. I'm so tired of people trying to tell me. I'm so tired of people trying to tell me that I need to excuse epic failures because of incompetence. That's what they're asking you to do. They're not asking you to consider that it's incompetence. They're asking you to excuse it because it is. That's what that means. And that's a lie. And fuck you. You deserve to be held accountable.
Serious criminals.
If you're here legally, or you're a U.S. citizen, you're not getting snatched off the fucking street. It's not happening.
Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves.
Like y'all targeted old people back during the COVID. Right? Democrats didn't have any problem throwing a bunch of sick old people together. However, if people engage them while guarding the building, they will have orders to handle business. Yes, correct. No, 100%. But that's not law enforcement. That's them performing their duties and guarding the building. You know what I mean? They're not going out into the streets and doing crowd control. They're not like going out and seeking people committing crimes and stopping them. They are like specifically at those two federal buildings, and that's it. You know what I mean? So when he says conducting law enforcement, that is a bold-faced, absolute, can't deny it lie. Yeah, dude. Like, and people aren't going to engage them, because if they do, I don't think they have rubber bullets there, bro. Like, the National Guard, as far as I know, doesn't do riot duty. That's the police force. The National Guard will start fucking making graves out there if they try to attack that federal building. And they should. Dude, if you're in a group of people who charge up on a federal building that's being guarded by people with guns in the military, and your ass gets put in the dirt because of it, you just fucked around and found out. That's it. There's nothing else to say.
Say a few words about the events of the last few days.
Okay. So, this is the man himself, Gavin Newsom. So, I did want to go through a couple articles today. Hey, look, this may not be my most populated stream. Okay. Do want to go through a couple articles here, though. This is the best they got, this guy. They don't have anybody else. It's either him or Pete Buttigieg. They're not going to run a woman in the next election. I can promise you. They're not going to do it. So, this is Gavin Newsom's California. California spent billions on homelessness without tracking if it worked. It's from the LA Times. Sacramento. California has failed to adequately monitor the outcomes of vast spending on homelessness programs, according to a state audit released Tuesday, raising questions about whether billions of dollars meant to thwart the crisis has been worth it as the number of people living unsheltered has soared. A new report from the California State Auditor's Office found that a state council created to oversee the implementation of homelessness programs has not consistently tracked spending or the outcomes of those programs. The dearth of information the state lacks means the state lacks pertinent information or pertinent data that policymakers are likely to struggle to understand homelessness programs, ongoing costs, and achieved outcomes, the audit says. The state must do more to assess the cost effectiveness of its homelessness programs. California State Auditor Grant Park said in a letter to Governor Gavin Newsom and state lawmakers Tuesday accompanying the audit. California has spent $20 billion over the past 5 years dedicated to the state's homelessness crisis, including funneling money towards supporting shelters and subsidizing rent. Still, homelessness grew 6% in 2023 from the year prior to more than 180,000 fucking people, according to federal point-in-time data. Since 2013, homelessness in California has grown by 53%. The California Interagency Council on Homelessness, created in 2016 to oversee the state's implementation of programs dedicated to the worsening crisis, has not ensured the accuracy of the information in a state data system and has not evaluated homelessness program success, according to the state auditor. The audit remains that the state legislature require that the council report spending plans and outcomes of state-funded homelessness programs annually and to make that information public. It recommends a type of scorecard to track the success of programs. The council consists of state officials, including Health and Human Services Secretary Dr. Mark Galley and California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Secretary Jeff McComber. The governor's office referred questions about the audit to the California Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency. Oh, shit. Which cited a law Newsom signed in 2021 that requires entities receiving state homelessness funds to collect data. Since the law took effect last year, the California Interagency Council on Homelessness has made significant progress, even though the homelessness rate in that state continues to rise. Lowering the rate at which it rises is not a W. Let me say that again. Lowering the rate at which it rises is not a W. The state auditor's findings highlight the significant progress made in recent years to address homelessness at the state level, including the completion of a statewide assessment of homelessness programs. But it also underscores a need to continue to hold local governments accountable, who are primarily responsible for implementing these programs and collecting data on outcomes that the state can use to evaluate program effectiveness. He wrote on behalf of the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. The response echoes frustrations among state and local leaders over which level of government is responsible for solving California's homeless problem. In 2022, Newsom got tough on mayors when he rejected every local homeless action plan in the state, deeming them not ambitious enough. Out of 5 state programs analyzed, auditors found that 2 were likely cost-effective. Project Home Key, Newsom's COVID-driven project to convert hotels into housing, and the CalWorks Housing Support Program, which offers financial assistance and other services to low-income residents. The others analyzed, including a state rental assistance program, could not be reviewed because the state has not collected sufficient data on the outcomes of these programs. Collecting and reporting all state homelessness programs' financial data allows for more complete and timely information about the state's overall spending on homelessness. It also makes possible greater coordination of homelessness programs funding and may enable cost-effectiveness comparisons. Oh, shit. Based on the data available, the audit also revealed that most people involved in state programs are placed into interim housing such as shelters and do not end up in permanent housing. That's an L. Bipartisan group of lawmakers, including State Senator Dave Cortese and Assemblyman Josh Hoover, requested that the Joint Legislative Audit Committee authorize a state audit of the efficacy of state homeless funding last year, as California's unhoused population, the nation's largest, has continued to grow despite record state funding invested to combat it. The biggest conclusion that the auditors came back with is that there's inadequate transparency in data and information available, Cortese said. Cortese said the audit will act as a blueprint for the legislature and to consider restricted reporting on homelessness spending in the future, and said it should not deter the state from funding homelessness responses. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm yawning like crazy. I think our constituents want us to continue to invest, and I think our constituents are going to want us to continue to audit the effectiveness of our efforts. I don't think it's a time to stop. So I think instead of getting like a general consensus of what people actually want, they're saying, I think our constituents want us to continue to invest, and I think our constituents are going to want us to continue to audit the effectiveness of our efforts. That's not a definitive statement. So you're going to keep asking for more money to shell towards this thing. State Republicans chastised the Newsom administration for the lack of data and said it's proof that Democratic-backed strategies are not working as the state grapples with a multi-billion-dollar budget deficit. California is facing a concerning paradox. Despite an exorbitant amount of dollars spent, the state's homeless population is not slowing down. These audit results are a wake-up call for a shift towards solutions that prioritize self-sufficiency and cost-effectiveness. Assemblymember Greg Hart, chair of the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, and Tuesday he plans to conduct an oversight hearing to further investigate the audit results. Today's audit comes just weeks after voters approved Proposition 1, Newsom's $6.4 billion bond measure that aims to address one aspect of homelessness by building more treatment facilities for people who have problems with drug addiction or mental illness. And see, so this is just a thing that drug addicts say, right? Rehab does not keep you sober. Rehab will get you sober. It'll get you sober for about 30 days, 60 days, but it doesn't keep you sober. I'm gonna lean back a little bit. I'm kind of tired. I might have a short stream today, honestly, just because I'm fucking beat, man. All right, so. Another part of the audit examined spending by the cities of San Jose and San Diego, which have both struggled to help unhoused residents. The audit found that neither of those cities have evaluated the effectiveness of their programs despite millions in funding to respond to homelessness. Oh, that sounds great. It's working perfect. San Jose and San Diego identified hundreds of millions of dollars in spending of federal, state, and local funding in recent years to respond to the homelessness crisis. However, neither city could definitively identify all its revenues and expenditures related to its homelessness efforts because neither has an established mechanism, such as a spending plan to track and report its spending, the audit states. The absence of such a mechanism limits the transparency and accountability of the city's uses of funding to address homelessness. Cortese, whose Silicon Valley district has long been the home of some of the nation's largest homelessness encampments, a stark juxtaposition against the backdrop of stunning wealth, said the findings regarding the two major cities could be a harbinger for future data discoveries. Oh, isn't that cute? If those two cities are experiencing issues or if there's symptoms of challenges that we need to correct, that probably exists in many, many other cities in the state of California. All right. So that's it for that. So the homelessness problem in California has not gotten any better since he started dumping billions of fucking dollars into it. In fact, it's gotten worse. And the way that they've structured these audits, from what we just read here, adds kind of a veil onto whether that right here. I'll read this part right here again. San Jose and San Diego identified hundreds of millions of dollars in spending of state, federal, and local funding in recent years to respond to homelessness. However, neither city could definitively identify all its revenues and expenditures related to its homelessness efforts because neither has an established mechanism such as a spending plan to track and report spending. The absence of such a mechanism limits the transparency and accountability of the city's uses of funding to address homelessness. And without this element of accountability for what they're doing, it blows my mind that this problem continues to get worse. There's almost 200,000 people who are fucking homeless in California. What's up, Mad Matt? How you doing, brother? Thanks for stopping in, bro. I fucking appreciate it, man. For real. Thank you. Don't blame him, bro. Fuck it. I'm glad you're here, dude. I will be offending folks today. It's all right. Okay. So when it comes to homelessness and even like the transparency on taxpayers' dollars being spent, failure. Here's another article, shall we? Newsom campaigned on building 3.5 million homes. He hasn't even gotten close. Residential single-family homes under construction in the community of the Valley Center in June 3rd, 2021. In summary, Gavin Newsom campaigned on housing production, an issue important to many Californians. But despite some accomplishments, the housing crisis is worse now than when he took office. So I don't know what you can call accomplishments if the problem's fucking worse. What kind of sense does that make? All right, this is Cal Matters. It's difficult for housing advocates to criticize Gavin Newsom because he's done more to boost production than any other governor in recent memory, but that's mostly because the bar is so low. Yeah. If I'm in a walking race and the guy next to me takes one step and I take two, I'm definitely closer to winning the race. But the finish line is way up there. We still both lost. Measured against the goal he set for himself, Newsom's record is less impressive. Just 13% of the 3.5 million homes he campaigned on building have been permitted, let alone built. He's walked back the goal many times, settling on a new target earlier this year. Cities need to have planned a combined 2.5 million homes by 2030. So a million fewer homes planned for, not built, and over a longer time frame. Newsom can point to some accomplishments. He signed bills that capped big rent hikes statewide, legalized duplexes and fourplexes on most developable land, and unlocked millions of potential apartments on empty strip malls. What's up, Panchuchin? Welcome in, bro. Glad you're here. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, so he sheltered tens of thousands of people experiencing homelessness amid a generational pandemic and dedicated more dollars to housing and homelessness than ever before. But that's not an accomplishment because of what we just read that shows that with all of the dollars that he's dedicated to the homelessness program, it has gotten worse. But as he finalizes his final term and coasts into the second, Newsom finds himself mired in an even deeper housing and homelessness crisis than the one he inherited. Running for governor in 2017, so he's been governor for 8 years now. The then Lieutenant Governor Newsom pledged to spur a never-before-seen tsunami of home building in California to bridge the gap between a growing population and shrinking stock of housing, driving the affordability crisis. As governor, I will lead the effort to develop the 3.5 million new housing units we need by 2025, womp womp, because our solutions must be as bold as the problem is big. Newsom wrote on Medium. The goal was true to character, big, hairy, and audacious. It would have required building an average of 500,000 homes a year in a state that has only surpassed the 300,000 mark twice in more than 50 years. In the nearly 4 years since he took office, California cities are projected to have permitted a total of 452,000 homes. Yeah, no shit, Mad Matt. For real, bro. Less than he pledged he'd build in 1 year alone, according to local data collected by the Construction Industry Research Board. California isn't building enough housing. So he took over in 2017. I mean, hey, it's better than it was back in 2009. But see, what's funny is, and this is one thing I've noticed, lots of homeless people, they go, "What's up, Josh Blintzler? Good to see you, man." Blintzler, there you go. What's up, dude? Thanks for jumping in, bro. I do appreciate it. But they are not able to sustain. Holy fuck. So he hasn't but barely scratched like 20% of his goal every year on the year. When asked about his shortcomings at a recent press conference, Newsom wrote off his... Can we trust their numbers, though? Is that their numbers? I mean, you know, that's a fair point, right? Like, I take all this shit with a grain of salt, because, like, saying nonprofit and nonpartisan doesn't mean shit. All nonprofit means is they're going to side with whoever's donating the most money to them, straight up. That's all that means, right? But I will say, even if this is their numbers and their numbers alone, these are fucking bad, dude. You know what I'm saying? So Newsom wrote off his original goal, as he has many times before, by paraphrasing Michelangelo. This is a pretty critical article of him, what it seems like. It's kind of tried to, like, gas him up and, like, you know, fluff him up a little bit, but nothing they're saying here sounds good, to him. Understanding the context, you know. The biggest risk in life, however one defines risk, is not that we aim too high and miss it. It's that we aim too low and reach it. What kind of fucking shitty snake political talk is this bullshit right here, bro? You know what I'm saying? That's such a crazy way to say, yes, I failed. You know what I mean? It was always a stretch goal. But he didn't even get 30% of the way there. That's the thing that blows my mind, right? Like, anyway. Housing advocates acknowledge that policy change is by nature slow and incremental, and like many other proposals, long-term housing goals took a backseat to the COVID-19 pandemic. But the reality on the ground, that there aren't enough houses for everyone, and the ones that exist are hideously expensive, continues to exasperate Californians who repeatedly rank housing and homelessness among their top concerns. Well, that's because there's a lot of people, and we're going to get into that. That's going to be the next tab we look at. But there's been a ton of people who have left California, and they need to replace. These are business owners. These are people who make big money that pay tons of taxes to California. Those people are fucking dipping, and they need to replace that with people who make that similar amount of income. And the only way they're going to attract those people is with higher property values. And if they have lower property values, they're going to think it's in the worst parts of the place. California is known nationwide for having shit, like way too high fucking housing prices. State Senator Brian Dahl, the Republican candidate for governor, and other state Republicans have routinely attacked Newsom's record on housing, including calling for a special session on homelessness. We need government to treat this the way we treat a natural disaster, because that's how it's impacting people's lives. Executive director of whatever that, you know, someone check that bitch's papers. I don't know who that is. a housing advocacy organization. And that's not what we see happening. A Marshall Plan for Housing. Housing policy advocates described Newsom's stated goal of 3.5 million new homes in 4 years the same way he has. Aspirational. Look at these words, bro. They say that, yeah, the People's Republic of California. No shit, dude. They say that's because the state doesn't build housing in California. Private developers do, with the approval of local governments. So what they really grabbed advocates' attention was the Marshall Plan for Affordable Housing. Newsom pledged to launch during his inaugural speech, recalling the multi-billion-dollar program to rebuild Western Europe following World War II. As much as the number was important, the idea of building a streamlined process of building, that was amazing, because that's really the challenge of California. What does that sentence even mean? Hold on. Let me reread that. As much as the number was important, the idea of building a streamlined process of building, that was amazing. Because that's really the challenge of California. So, to me, what that sounds like, and this is just how I'm reading it, guys in chat, tell me if I'm wrong, okay? Affordable housing is also never maintained, like when Mr. Beast built those wells and no one maintained them, so none of them work anymore. Yeah, I mean, that's because the money comes from somewhere else. Like the people who utilize those things typically aren't, there's no form of reciprocity involved. Like people who get government housing, people who get like SNAP, people who get welfare, all these things, they're not putting it back into the system. It's just a drain on the system. There is no form of reciprocity involved in that. You know what I mean? Like in some instances, I'm for people, you know, like let's say, you know, people who are like disabled, like actually disabled, not like clinically depressed or ADHD or bipolar, like people who are actually fucking disabled. I'm okay with tax money going to help them out, right? But when tax money is going to 200,000 people that are homeless in California, and it's going to not build the houses. Yes, exactly, Mad Matt. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So the thing with vets, right? And here's my whole thing on vets. The people who need that shit the most, like veterans who have been completely fucked by our armed forces, like people who get in accidents and break their neck and they can't fucking like get up and walk and shit. The people who actually need these things, they're not given to them. Instead, they're given to lazy fucks who don't want to work. That's the problem, right? And it's bribery for a vote. Because the Democrats run on this shit. They love it. They're totally cool spending taxpayers' money and putting that in other people's pockets so they can secure their next bid for election. That's fucking bribery as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, sorry, I kind of got off track there. All right, so as much as the number was important, the idea of building a streamlined process of building, I want to break this down for you, okay? I want to break this down for you. The idea of building, you'd think the idea of building was amazing, but that's the challenge. No. They're not using all of the taxpayers' dollars to build them. They're considering building a streamlined process of building. Which involves what? It's going to involve more taxpayers' dollars. I mean, if you hire a company that is efficient at building houses, whether small or large, you'll get the fucking houses built. Instead of trying to build a process for building with the billions of dollars that have been shelled out to this, I promise you'll do a lot more. And this is the kind of government bloat that we've been talking about over the past few months, right? It's not about the actual action of doing it. It's about having the bureaucracy to surround it so later you can... I honestly, logically, can't even figure out why you... like, how that makes sense. If that's even what they meant to say. Anyway, Dan Dunmore, president of California Building Industry Association. Yep. He said that dream remains elusive. California has some of the highest housing costs in the nation because of how little marshaling there is. Land costs are prohibitive, zoning rules limit much of what can be built, housing must get approved at the local level, which has ample opportunity for community input. These communities can then block unpopular projects such as multifamily or affordable housing. Another culprit, impact fees cities charge to fund infrastructure that can exceed $150,000 a home, some of the highest in the nation. Well, fuck. The closest Newsom may have gotten to bulldozing those barriers is Project Homekey. After COVID-19 hit, the administration scrambled to turn 94 hotels and motels into more than 6,000 shelter units for people experiencing homelessness, which would later become permanent homes within record-setting months. These projects bypassed local land use rules and marquee environmental law, often blamed for slowing or killing controversial projects. So their own laws are causing them to waste money on things that are just getting smacked down. The state has expanded the $800 million project with more than $2.75 billion in new funding. Newsom signed more than a dozen bills, more fucking bills, more bills. See, what it seems like to me, and like, look, I'm a pea-brain retard, okay? Like, I don't understand how politics work to that degree, but from my simple fucking perspective, what it seems like they need is less bills and more rescinding of bills. Because they're saying up here, it's their own laws. Where was it? It's their own laws that are fucking over and wasting all of this money. And we've seen that play out in many different fashions. Let me tell you. So, he signed more than a dozen bills allowing housing types that met certain conditions to... It's like when Elon described what was going on with Doge, a con inside a con inside a con inside a con. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And like, just like, you know, how, like, I thought it was funny, right? When Zelensky came to the White House and how we had pledged like $200 billion to Ukraine. And we talked about, and Trump had brought that up when he was sitting there and he said, well, we actually didn't get that much. Interesting how that works. Why didn't you? Did he mean that they didn't get that much in cash value? Or they just didn't get that much in like a check given to them, right? Because either way, that's bad. And it's the same, like along those lines where, you know, people talk about how the whole thing in Ukraine is like a money laundering operation. And when you take that little tidbit, I don't know, like I listen to those kinds of things and maybe I'm overthinking that, right? But that's exactly where my mind goes. Where it's like, well, if you didn't get it, then where the fuck did the money go? Because we pledged it to you. Like that's just the way, like I see those kinds of things. right? So going right back to what Mad Matt was saying there, it's like when Elon described what was going on with Doge, con inside of con inside of con inside of con inside of con, until finally when the money gets to where it's really supposed to be going, it's a fraction of what the initial cost was. And that's the problem with a bloated bureaucracy. They're gonna make ways for them to skim money off the top. Two are expected to have the biggest impact. One, which legalized duplexes and fourplexes on the 2/3 of developable land in California previously zoned for single-family homes, and another that allows apartments on land previously allotted for retail centers, parking lots, and offices along arterial roads. While a zoning change doesn't build housing, it's a first step to making it legal. Combined, the two laws could open up previously blocked space for more than 2 million housing units. The effect of legislation is often hard to prove because it's only one factor of many. I think he specifically said it was mostly it was mostly not money, but it was mostly equipment, and the numbers that have been sent don't equal what has been received. Exactly. That's like, it doesn't, like, where the fuck did that go then? Who was scraping off the top, right? And if you really want me to go down a fucking rabbit hole, when I start bringing up how we were in Ukraine for 8 years before Putin actually fucking invaded Ukraine, that begs the question, how much tax money did the CIA spend over there while they were establishing their fucking spy hub? That's not a crazy conspiracy theory. That's a fact. Anyway, sorry. Getting off topic. I'm ranting. So while a zoning change doesn't build housing, it's a first step to making it legal. Combined, the two laws could open up previously blocked space. Right, exactly. Exactly, Mad Matt. Yeah. There's no fucking accountability in the Pentagon. Seriously. None at all. That's why, I haven't heard much about Tulsi Gabbard. I hope she's doing well. You know what I mean? but there's some serious shit that needs to happen within the Pentagon. So, combined, the two laws could open up previously blocked space for more than 2 million housing units. The effect of legislation is often hard to prove because it's only one factor of many in the development process. To stop a project, you only need one red light, but to make a project go, you need at least 100 green lights. See? There's kind of a problem there. Yeah, Abe, 100%, absolutely. But does nobody see a problem there? Because the thing that they're not, hold on, a lot of the legislation of the government is signing has been those green lights. Yes, but the question is, how much money is coming off the top at every one of these green lights? But yellow and red lights abound, including rising interest rates and prohibitive material costs. While it took political courage to sign a controversial measure like the one streamlining duplex and fourplex construction, Newsom remained largely quiet on those bills until they reached the finish line and hasn't championed a more sweeping production policy proposal on his own. And one of the issues with this in particular, yeah, 100%. One of the issues with this in particular is by the time, let's say I go 95 green lights and money gets taken off the top of this all the way through, and then a red light hits, and everything gets halted. How much money's been spent by that point? Is that not completely wasted at that point? Where is their recourse if that's the case? He can step in and resolve the problems if he really wanted to prioritize the issue, said Chris Martin. He has the power to do it, but politically it's challenging. He's going to have to make some uncomfortable decisions. We read that already. moving the goalposts. That's a classic Dem MO right here, buddy. While Newsom has repeatedly called the 3.5 million goal taken from the 2016 McKinsey study a moonshot, he has put his weight behind another number, 2.5 million. So, taking a step back, already dumped billions of fucking dollars into this shit. And now he's saying, well, it's going to be about a third less. Okay? That's how many homes the legislature has mandated California sites to plan for by 2030. And Newsom's team is making sure they do. Well, we'll see about that, right? Like, he's already failing. His team is already not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Before we can reach our stretch goals, before you can reach the moon, you've got to get off the launch pad. Which sounds terrible when we're talking about reaching your goal. All I hear when I hear you have to get off the launch pad is we haven't even been able to really get started with this shit. The planning law has been on the books for decades, but it wasn't until 2017 that the state legislature gave the process teeth by creating standards and penalties cities must abide by. The plans for the housing that those standards and penalties won't apply to weren't even due for most cities until this year, and the deadlines are different for different regions. It's a slow process. Cities now have to zone for more than double the housing they did in the previous years, and it has to be on sites where housing could actually be built. If they don't do it, they risk losing affordable housing dollars or even foregoing housing approval decisions. Why is this not being the first priority? How much money has been wasted so far? Because as we read here, he's put another $20 billion in the past 5 years since COVID, and the homeless problem continues to rise. Hey, dude, thank you, Mad Matt. I appreciate you stopping in, bro, for real. Thank you. Thank you, man. So from what I'm looking at here, the more money they put into these things, the less effective they are at them. That is the end of that's the end conclusion that I can make off of this. But having laws on the books, even if they feature new penalties, doesn't mean anything unless someone is there to enforce them. To that end, Newsom staffed up a $4.65 million accountability and enforcement unit within the housing department with reinforcements at the state's justice department. Cities seem to be paying heed, but it's all fun and games until actual homes get built, which is not... Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, Mad Matt, for real. Thank you, bro. We don't have an insane homeless problem, James. And we have places for them to go. All over the place. You can get mad about this one all you want, bro. You're on the losing end of this stick, cousin. Sorry. For many years in California, the regional housing needs allocation process was an afterthought at best. It was not taken seriously because there were largely no consequences for local governments failing to meet their responsibilities, and that's not ancient history, but through a very concerted effort by this government and the administration in partnership with the legislature, RHNA is now very serious. And I think communities are taking it seriously. Well, that's cute. When was this written? Let's see. 3 years ago. James, I don't live in Atlanta. Anyway. All right, hold on. I got to find where I was at now. Okay, but planning isn't building, and a recurring complaint about the process from cities is that while it recovers a lot of affordable housing to be planned for, 1 million of the 2.5 million units must be affordable to the lowest earners. The state doesn't provide nearly enough tax credits and other subsidies to build it. No. And I've never said I was in Georgia. We're funding a quarter of that at best. Paavo Monkonen, associate professor of urban planning at UCLA's Luskin School of Public Affairs. So that's an interesting conundrum where their own goal is unattainable and there's not really a Manhattan Project to make that happen. An affordable housing boom since 2019. Since taking office, Newsom has more than doubled the annual production of affordable housing using the low-income housing tax credit. So here's my question, right? With the amount that he has been churning out affordable houses, why does the number continue to fucking increase in how many people are homeless in this state? Like, I mean, there are, as of, this was April 9th of last year, there was over 180,000 people that were homeless in California. I forget what the metric is on that. Hold on, I can look this up. Like, California is the worst state. I wouldn't say that, buddy. There's a lot of people moving here. I mean, like, you may not want to move here because you have no idea how people live around here and the types of laws we have around here and how things work and, like, the cheaper cost of living here. You may not want to, or people that think like you may not want to, but there's plenty of folks here that are happy living here. I actually moved here from Florida, and it's fantastic. Much better than where I'm from. So let's see, California. And by the way, James, I have a really nice stat that I'm about to show you. So you talking about how everyone wants to move out to California? Oh, buddy. You talking from the perspective of everyone wants to move to California? You're about to get fucking destroyed, buddy. But I'm gonna go ahead and take a step back and let this all play out the way it's supposed to be. Sure, I'm sure, buddy. I'm completely sure of that. So let's look at this real quick. Actually, not even California. We'll do this homelessness by state. California and New York account for 44% of the homeless people in the country. No, and I never said you said that. I even rephrased and said you're coming from the perspective of everybody wants to live there, so that's why there's no surplus of affordable homes. You definitely came from that perspective, obviously. So see, now you're on your heels. You're backing up. But don't worry. We're going to get into that, James. We're going to get into this. I'm glad you came back. So let's see. Florida's number 4. That's 2024. Texas is number 6. So out of the top 7, 2 out of the 7. James, I don't give a fuck where you live. I don't care. It literally, where you live means nothing to me. Yeah, but like, there's lots of people that continue to move here. There's definitely an influx of people moving here than are leaving. But we're going to get into that, brother. We're going to get into that. Because I'd like to show you some numbers. So anyway, California last year, well, and also because we have very low cost of living and there's jobs. Tax laws are really, really lenient. People don't have to shell out most of their money to the government when they own a business here. Yeah, I mean, like, you may not like Alabama. You may not like Alabama. Oh, so the reason, see, no one wants to live here, and the reason no one's leaving is because they're too poor to leave. Isn't that a convenient fucking excuse? Jesus Christ. Anyway, I don't even need to engage with that one anymore. So let's look at this. There's 187,000 people that are homeless in California, 158,000 people that are homeless in Washington, and then every state below that is less than 20% of that. Every state below that is less than 20% of that. So they continue to shell money out. No, so I will say, Alabama, like when you go into the more rural areas, Alabama it's got like that, like Southern cooking, you know, which is really good. And to a large degree, a lot of it's like farm to table out in the rural areas. So the food's a lot healthier. It's a lot higher quality. Just a lot more hometowny kind of, you know. But when you come into Birmingham, you get, I mean, restaurants that are revered around the country. You know, you got Highlands Bar and Grill. You got Hot and Hot, you got Automatic, you got Big Bad Breakfast, you got Cattle and Dairy. Yeah. I mean, like it like the food. That's one thing Birmingham has. There's an awesome food scene here. Like seriously, some of the best restaurants in the country. Frank Stitt, I work directly for him over at Bottega. He's the head chef also at Highlands Bar and Grill. He won Best Restaurant, Outstanding Restaurant James Beard Award, which, if you don't know, like in the restaurant world, James Beard Awards are like the Oscars of restaurants, and Outstanding Restaurant is like Best Picture. %41 of Alabama households said they couldn't afford basic necessities. Oh, really? Where's that statistic come from? A poll? Is that the people living off of it? Because if they couldn't afford basic necessities, how do they have a roof over their head? Shelter is a basic necessity. You realize that, James, right? Anyway. So, back to what we were talking about before. The largest source of funding for affordable housing in the state, California produced at least 19,500 new units last year and provided funding for 5,000 additional affordable homes to get off the ground. But to meet the state's astronomical housing needs, the California Housing Partnership estimates it needs to build closer to 120,000 affordable units a year. Well, there's going to be a shitload of open houses there with the trend they've been taking over the past few years. With the legislature, Newsom has dedicated unprecedented dollars to affordable housing, including $10.3 billion in 2021. Funding the current affordable housing need alone, however, would require nearly $18 billion a year over a decade, according to a recent estimate from Housing California and California Housing Partnership. And there is no long-term source of funding for housing in California. As budget projections for next year soar, affordable housing advocates worry those funds might dry up. It's very common, especially in the South, for homes to be passed from generation to generation. Probably don't know that since you didn't grow up in Alabama. I mean, you say that, but are you from the South? Like, it doesn't really even matter. That has been the status quo all over the country, mind you. Hey, perfect, dude. I was just about to say that happens all over the country. Does inheritance only exist in the South? By the way, James, thank you for tuning in. For real. No, I appreciate it. Seriously. Yeah, Panchichin, exactly. It happens everywhere. Yeah. So my question is, are they working? Does it include that in that statistic? Or are these people who are staying in a house and collecting benefits? Grabbing federal welfare. Because 41% is a very large amount of folks. Oh, yeah, there you go. I mean, like right there, bro. 41% of people, they don't work and they can't afford something. That's not my problem. And that's not the state's problem. According to a recent estimate from Housing California and California Housing Partnership. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Okay. In these years of good budget outlook, the administration has done a really good job, said Marina Wyant, the Vice President of Government Affairs at the California Housing Consortium. Brother, you know how many places are hiring constantly here? Like constantly? Like, brother, just letting you know. 5-minute drive away from where I'm at, which I'm not in like a rich area, dude. I'm in like the lower middle class area. It's called Southside. Okay, it's a pretty big stretch of the south side of the city. But if I go 5 minutes, what would that be? Like northeast of here? It's one of the highest income zip codes in the country. And then if I go even further east, oh, brother, I mean, that's fine. You can look it up. Mountain Brook. Look it up yourself. You don't have to. You don't have to take my word for it. It's the fucking truth. In these years of good budget outlook, the administration has done a really good job, said Marina Wyant, Vice President of Government Affairs at the California Housing Consortium, a nonpartisan housing advocacy organization. It's going to be interesting to see what they do when they have to make tough budget choices. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what it comes down to. We've already looked. I mean, yeah, they're extremely poor, but also there's about half of the people that live here aren't working. Why do you think it's a poor state? That doesn't mean there aren't jobs. If less than 60% of people aren't participating in the workforce, that doesn't mean that there are no jobs. Like, I get, you don't understand how it is here, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But there are steel mills all over this fucking state. Oh, okay. That's that's fine. I mean, you have no idea what decent pay is because you probably don't have the same cost of living we have here. Shit's relatively cheap, bro. It's not expensive here. But whatever. So the California exodus. Remember how they said they were going to need to build 120,000 houses a year? We're about to get into this. In order to like fucking affordably house people. This is funny. So this is just a basic like overview. James, there aren't enough decent paying jobs. That's not in like where did you get that statistic from? Okay, well, so children don't work, but they're supported by people who do. So then why don't you understand it? Like you're saying it's not hard to understand, but you're still not coming to a basic understanding of people not participating in the workforce does not mean there aren't jobs. And if they're not working, it's going to be tough to pay for basic necessities when you're not making money. And to account that 41% of people as children and elderly folks and say that's the problem, it's not the people who are working, is completely asinine. So, just wanted to go through this real quick. This is the number of people moving to California and the number of people moving out of California. They didn't include 2020. I think that's because they had everyone fucking locked in their homes, right? But it's just an interesting graph here how since 2010, they have done nothing but shed population. And yet, for some reason, they need to build more houses, and the number of homeless people continues to rise. Because this is the number after the difference. Just so we're very clear. That means in 2010, this many houses opened up. In 2011, this many houses opened up. In 2012, this is how many houses opened up. In 2013, this is how many houses opened up. In 2014, this is how many houses opened up. Now, granted, right? Granted, I want to be clear. Well, taxes and quality of living, you know. Now, I want to be clear. Obviously, one-to-one, it is not person to house, right? There are families who are leaving, and that number varies based on how many people are in what house. I understand that completely. But the scale of what we're talking about here, with how many people year over year for 15 years now have been leaving it means a living space opens up. Yeah, James, I was just clarifying. With how many people are leaving this state after the difference of people who are moving in, and it has consistently gone up. There's a little down there, but on the case, thank you for coming back, brother. Sorry, man, I didn't say anything to you before, bro. Welcome back. I'm glad you're here, bro. I'm glad you're here. But the level of people running en masse from this state. I mean, in 3 years, they lost 1 million people. Yeah, Panchuchin, Colorado is typically blue. It's a little like, yeah, I highly fucking doubt that. But we can see. You're adding a very you're adding a specific onto something without that amount of without that same level of data, right? What's up, Mr. A. Bill? Or only a Mr. Bill. Thank you very much, brother, for jumping in. I do appreciate you being here. Yeah, but in general, it's a blue state, James. They vote Democrat like every year. That's the same with every state. Bringing U-Hauls back to California. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, but that's everywhere. That's every state. You go to any state, you're going to have blue. Like fucking OKC's blue. You know what I'm saying? So they lost 1.3 million in a decade and then lost just over 1 million in 3 years here. All right, so between April 2020 and 2022, April 2020 and July 2022, the state's population dropped by more than 500,000 people. In July 2023, the California Department of Finance reviewed its population forecast for 2060 and concluded the state's population would stay constant at about 40 million people instead of reaching 53 million as estimated in 2013. In October 2023, the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research found that California was hemorrhaging residents to neighboring states like Texas, Arizona, and Nevada at higher levels than ever before. I wonder why that is. Across all levels, especially among college graduates. According to the Public Policy Institute of California, California used to gain college graduates and higher income households and is now losing them, although at a relatively small rate, 0.4% in 2022 to 2023. California's population grew in 2023 for the first time since 2020, driven by lower mortality after the end of the pandemic and higher legal foreign immigration. How did it grow? It literally says they lost 250,000 people here. So what they just said here. Oh, there we go. They were about to go into it. Okay. However, net migration was still negative, and the population growth was low, plus 0.17%. How does that wait? How can they tout population growth while saying that 259,000 people left? In 2024, the state's population increased again, although it had the highest number of residents who moved to another state. It received the second highest number of immigrants from abroad. There it is. There it is. And here's the big part, boys. Here's the big one. Without foreign immigration, California's population would shrink, making the state vulnerable to immigration policy shifts. Interesting little tidbit of information there, my friends. Interesting little bit. So, let's go over the clean streets of California. Oh, no. I definitely realize immigration exists. Yeah. And it exists to an extent that is abhorrent and incredibly unpopular to people. So, California Governor Gavin Newsom has come under fire after admitting that San Francisco was cleaned up ahead of the arrival of fancy leaders for the annual Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Leaders Summit. San Francisco is hosting the summit, which opens Saturday and runs through Friday. This was November 14th, 2023, amidst losing... Sacramento ran out of rental cars during COVID. They were stopped. They stopped allowing one-way rental cars, and U-Hauls were costing so much more in Sacramento, San Fran, and LA. Yeah. People were packing their shit and dipping. So, amidst people leaving the state in droves, I never said that, James. I never said that. Not once did I say that. You're actively misrepresenting what I said. And like, I don't even consider you a stupid guy, so it's definitely like malicious in the way that you're misrepresenting what I said. I specifically said, how is there population growth at all when there are people, 259,000 people leaving the state? I didn't say anything about anybody coming there from other states. No, I was talking shit about your point like 20 minutes ago. Nice how you can conflate what I said earlier to what I'm saying now. Good try. But I said nothing about people coming to California from other states when I was talking about these statistics. Not once did I say that. Sorry, bro. Sorry. You tried. You failed, but you tried. So anyway, California Governor Gavin Newsom has come under fire after admitting that San Francisco was cleaned up ahead of the arrival of fancy leaders for the annual APEC Leaders Summit. San Francisco is hosting the summit, which opens Saturday and runs through Friday. The main event is a planned meeting between President Joe Biden and his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping. So Joe Biden and Xi Jinping, according to Newsweek, are counterparts. James, buddy. Oh. I get it. It went over your head. You don't understand what I'm doing here. You don't. And it's okay. It's all right. I get it. It's going to be okay, brother. If you stick around, you're going to start to see the pattern of what I'm doing. And maybe the light will come on. So please stick around. Shit, I need some water. In the days leading up to the event, homeless encampments in the city downtown were cleared, sidewalks were polished. By the way, Avery, what's going on, man? Good to see you, brother. Sorry I haven't said anything to you, or if I did earlier, I forgot. My bad. In the days leading up to the event, homeless encampments in the city's downtown were cleared, sidewalks were polished, graffiti was scrubbed, and murals and decorative crosswalks were added to busy areas. At a press conference on Thursday, Newsom acknowledged that the cleanup efforts were timed to coincide with the arrival of fancy leaders to San Francisco, which has been struggling to shed its image as a city in decline. I know folks say, oh, they're just cleaning up this place because those fancy leaders are coming in town. That's true because it's true. This guy and words. So I'm gonna go ahead and play. I started this off with a video, and it was before anyone started coming in. So I'm gonna replay that video and then go through this kind of step by step the way that I did earlier. Abe, you were here. You remember that. So, California Governor Gavin Newsom speaks at a press conference near the closed I-10 elevated freeway following the large pallet fire. Los Angeles it's spicy over there, bro. They be lighting on fire, dude. But it's also true, for months and months and months prior to APEC, we've been having different conversations. And we've raised the bar of expectation between the city, the county, and the state. Bro, you're trolling, James. You're trolling, bro. And we've raised the bar of expectation between the city, the county, and the state, and our federal partners as well, that we all have to do more and do better. Newsom, a former San Francisco mayor, added that Californians will be seeing a lot more of this all around town and all around the Bay Area. He later told reporters that obviously, anytime you put on an event, by definition, you have people over to your house, you're going to clean up the house. So you don't clean your house until someone else comes, but you just let your family live in filth. That was just epic insight from old Newey boy, old Gavy boy here, man. The Democratic governor's remarks prompted a wave of criticism on social media. Yeah, of course they did. His office was contacted for comment via email overnight, and this article will be updated with any response received. Governor Newsom orders homeless camps removed in San Francisco in an obvious attempt to impress his new best friend, China's communist dictator. Stop there. Pity he has no desire to impress those who actually live in California. Absolutely. Yes, 100%. Avery, modernity. This is what we have. These are the Gotham politicians, my friend. Governor Newsom orders homeless camps removed. Oh, yeah. Another person wrote that Newsom unapologetically admitted that he only cleaned up San Francisco because Xi is coming to town. What he failed to explain is where all the homeless people are now. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, the city did not have the funds to open up special shelters for APEC. Oh. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Yeah, please, James, hit the like button, dude. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Just moving on forward, my dude. You know how it is. I'm always down for a greener pasture. So the city did not have the funds to open up special shelters for APEC. Emily Cohen, a spokesperson for the city's homeless department, told the newspaper that the city was starting its winter shelter program in time for the event, opening up a 30-spot shelter where the summit is being held. So they only had 30 spots in this shelter, which typically homeless people is one person, right? Typically a homeless person is one person. So that's 30 people. The city is beginning to expand capacity at other shelters that are already operating, but Cohen could not say how many of those beds would be available during APEC. All right, they're tagging a bunch of Twitter feeds here. So, California Rep. Kevin Kiley, Republican, wrote that Newsom is not just trying to save himself from humiliation, but to hide the consequences of the failed policies he wants to impose on the rest of the country. And as we've seen, let's look at California homelessness 2023, 2024. because it only gave us up to 2023, and it increased. Yep. So even after this, there were more homeless people on the streets in California. Even after he cleaned up and made a show for the CCP's leader. Newsom admitted that the only reason officials cleaned San Francisco is due to Xi Jinping coming to visit later this week. A reminder on the condition downtown San Francisco is normally left in and what children have to walk past every day. Yeah, I mean, literally, like kids live streaming them finding, like, you know, OD'd homeless people on the street. It's crazy, bro. Another person wrote that Newsom cleans the streets of San Francisco for Xi Jinping, but not for you peasants. How does that make you feel? No shit, bro. Yeah. This and this guy is trying to make the statement that I'm going to lead into here in just a moment. Yeah, I mean, I love Alabama. Alabama's fantastic. It really, like... James, actually neither. I am dunking on Gavin Newsom. I'm not even talking about the fucking protest today. Sorry. If anything, if I was going to talk about any of the protests, it'd be the ones in Seattle yesterday where they fucking barricaded a bunch of police officers into a parking garage. They had them completely overrun. And how in Chicago, they're literally like retreating. Oh, well, you watched that with me, yeah. So I don't take my word for it. We watched it together. They fucking retreated down the street for about half of a mile. Oh no, actually, I don't even know anything about any tweets because I barely use X. I'll show you what pisses me off. So, we'll get to that here in just a second. Just let me finish this article real quick. Thanks for admitting I don't care about the homeless. Wonder how you got that one. So anyway, another person wrote that Newsom cleans the streets for Xi Jinping, but not for you peasants. However, some noted that the cleanup efforts would be viewed as positive. I hate to say this, but the fact that they got this done is going to be seen as a good thing. It's clear Newsom will run in 2024. I don't think this will push him to the front. Or I think this will push him to the front. That was a fucking stretch, bro. I wonder who said that. One person said that. It's like nobody, one person. It's clear Newsom will run in 2024. You know what I'm saying? Another added that it is probably a good thing for San Francisco. Let's hope it stays this way. Here's my question. Did it? Jesus Christ, James, come on, dude. You're splitting hairs, man. See, like, this is one of the reasons why it's really hard for me to take people on the left seriously, because the reason I'm focusing on the homelessness in California today while I'm making this video does not come from my care about the homeless, and it does not come from me wanting to dunk on the protesters. While I do want to do both of those things, my purpose of this I know I gotta explain it to you like you're fucking 5, dude. My purpose for explaining or for focusing on this sole topic today is because I'm dunking on Gavin Newsom. I'm sorry that I had to break that down into such simple terms for you. No, but you were splitting hairs, buddy. Come on, let's be real here. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Isn't that what old Joe used to say? Come on, man. Come on. Come on, Jack. All right. Anyway, so it remains a significant concern. So they have lower tents. Homeless problem still continues to rise in San Francisco specifically. So he fucking rounded them all up and just threw them back out onto the street. And now they have less tents. San Francisco's doing great. So let's go ahead and go through this video. I didn't backtrack. Bad faith, yes, 100%. 100% on the case. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, that's... Not once did I say I didn't care about the homelessness, and not once did I say I didn't want to dunk on the protesters or the protests, right? Oh, dunking on the homeless people for the protests. That's what you said. Sorry. I never said that I wanted to dunk on homeless people, and I never said I didn't care about them. What I said, why am I even engaging with this fucking shit, dude? There's no point. I know it's like words are hard, bro. I'm sorry, James. All right. So this is the video that I watched when I first opened up this stream. And it's just full of lies. Absolutely, unequivocally full of dog shit. So let's watch it, boys. It is not... James, I'm making one video on the guy, bro. Chill out. Like, obviously, I know you really like this guy. I'm sorry that you like him so much. Why are you watching me then? It makes no sense that, like, of course, I make one video, so he's living in my head rent-free. I don't barely talk about this loser. I'm just pointing out all the shit he's done wrong, buddy.
To protest their government's actions.
They actually didn't just protest. They burned cars. They threw piss bottles at police. They threw fireworks at the police. He does suck, James. He's not living rent-free in my head. I agree with you. So does the fact that you say that he sucks mean he lives rent-free in your head as well? Is that your connection there? Or is it just because that's the topic I chose for today's stream? The first time he's been the topic of it. Yeah, it's content, bud. Actually, Panchuchin is asking a good question. I would genuinely like to know, who do you think is going to run for the Democrats in 28? Because Panchuchin, I think that it's either going to be him or it's going to be Pete Buttigieg. Because it ain't going to be AOC. And it's not going to be Kamala Harris. There's no comeback story with Kamala.
In turn, help keep the peace.
How many days later, brother? How many days later did you send the police in full force? James, buddy, it's just content. It's one video. And he's a primary figure right now because he's the one that's putting, like, he just released this either earlier today or last night. He's the one putting himself in the spotlight. Like, I know you don't understand how the internet works, but when you put the target on yourself like this, yeah, oh no, 100%. Pete Buttigieg was the director of he was essentially the head of the Department of Transportation. I forget if it's director or secretary or whatever the fuck, but yeah, I mean, like, I genuinely, James, I agree. I think that's their best shot they have in this next election. That's the best shot, and unfortunately, it's not a very good one. But yeah, he is the best chance they have. I think that's why they're trying to keep him out of the limelight. Because this loser going out and painting targets on his forehead with these videos, like, where he's talking about how people were out there peacefully protesting and everything. And, well, yeah. He was the mayor of South Bend, Indiana. But that's, when it comes to, like, working in the federal government, there's not too much. When it comes to being president, he's going to be running on his, like, federal government record, you know? Yes, Panchich, and yes, he is. Yeah. Pete Buttigieg is a good order. He, let's just say, hypothetically, he were to win presidency, he would be the second best speaker that would be in office right behind Obama, I would say. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, but that's the thing with J.D. Vance, is J.D. Vance is a very good speaker, and he's wicked smart, too. Not saying that Pete Buttigieg isn't, right? Like, I could see Pete Buttigieg being a smart guy, you know? If J.D. Vance does a good job as vice president, he's definitely going to have a leg up on Pete Buttigieg. Because Pete Buttigieg did a pretty, like, he had a lot of shit from this administration. I mean, depends on what side you're on. Like, I understand, like, from your perspective and the way you're looking at things, you're going to see it as a lot of baggage. But if Trump follows through with most of his campaign promises, like the deportations and, like, establishing, like, a stable model for the tariffs, which is very fucking possible, by the way. It's not going to be baggage to people who agree with that concept, you know? That's just the fact of the matter, right? Like, he was probably the best vice president pick that Trump could have chosen in this election.
And with some exceptions, they were successful.
With some exceptions. They were burning cars. They were throwing piss bottles and fireworks at police. They were blocking highways. They spray painted and left mountains worth of trash all over the streets of LA. I mean, like, this is wild, dude.
Like many states, California is no stranger to this sort of unrest. We manage it.
That's not something to brag about. Police used them too. So, okay. I can agree with you there. The economy's getting worse, right? But it's not a direct result of Trump's policies. This is stuff that has kind of been in the backlog for a long time. We have an overdependence on other countries when it comes to our manufacturing. And in order to turn that around, it's going to take time for those things to actually. So here, how about this? I won't even argue this point with you. In 6 months, in December, if the economy hasn't changed, let's talk then. And I'll admit that I was wrong. Okay? If the economy hasn't changed, I will admit that I was wrong. I have no problem admitting that I'm wrong. I mean, hey, you can call it cope, whatever. You can call it cope. That's fine. I'm not worried about that. In 6 months, come back and talk to me. And if the economy is in worse shape than it is now, I will concede to you that nothing going on that it worked. And I was wrong. I have no problem with that, bro. 100%. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. See, like, so the policies that Trump has put in office have shaken things up big time. 100%. I can agree with that. That's what I'm saying. The economy's not in good shape. I already agreed with you on that. But see, so I'm not even going with it's Biden's economy. What I'm going with is for the past like 17 years, we've been outsourcing our manufacturing to other countries. This is not it's Biden's fault. This is not it's Obama's fault. This is something that's been going on for quite a long time. It probably even went on into Bush's administration, for real. But this is something that's been going on for a long period of time. So it's going to take time in order to change things, right? So that's what I'm saying. Come back to me in 6 months, and if the economy is in worse shape, no, of course it isn't. That doesn't mean the economy isn't going to build back up. Because there is the capacity for manufacturing in the United States. We're just not making and selling shit ourselves. That's why like companies like Nucor buy a bunch of Chinese steel and sell it in the United States. Well, now that the tariffs are here, they're incentivized to boost their own manufacturing because they do manufacture some stuff, but they're going to be boosting their own manufacturing because now the stuff that they actually make is more competitive in the marketplace. And like, I'm in logistics, brother. I see this happening every day I work. You know what I mean? And I'm not even trying to come across as like an expert. And you don't have to take my word for it. That's what I'm saying. 6 months.
And
how many graduation ceremonies went on different days that week, James? Yeah, Panchuchin, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Well, he has to. He has to maintain the narrative, right? And the thing is, they're totally cool with authoritarianism when it's their side doing it. When Greg Abbott was trying to defend his southern border and Biden was suing him for it, when he was maintaining his state sovereignty, I didn't see him chiming up and saying something about government overreach. When Biden tried to usurp OSHA to make sure we all got a medical procedure done so we could go to work, go out into public, be with our families on Christmas, go to church, anything but go out into the streets of a city and start smashing windows and lighting shit on fire, I didn't see him saying anything about it. Like, that's the dishonesty of these fucking snakes, dude. This is the kind of rhetoric that they spin. This is the way they talk. And unfortunately, guys like James eat it up. Because everything he says, James has a justification for it. Yeah, Scott, 100%. Of course they wouldn't. Because if they did an unbiased investigation into the fires, they would see that there was so much negligence used in terms of all of the like stretches of debris that needed to be cleaned up and pulled out of the forests around that area. They would have seen that there was people warning them over and over and over and over and over again, and they had their minds too wrapped up in spending their taxpayers' dollars on whatever the fuck else they were spending their taxpayers' dollars on to allot that to the safety of the people around there. I mean, literally a year before that, an insurance agency pulled like a very large percentage. I'm not going to spit numbers that I can't like bring up right now, but they pulled a large percentage of their home insurance policies specifically because they knew something like this would happen eventually. It was a powder keg and the fuse was lit. There was just a matter of time before it would go off. And that's what ended up happening.
He's delegitimizing news organizations, and he's assaulting them.
Trump didn't delegitimize anybody. They fucking did that themselves. They've been lying to the American people for years. They've been backing up bullshit stories that have been proven to be false, and they've bolstered things that have been proven to be false.
The First Amendment. I want to say a few words.
Now, I'll tell you one thing. Trump wants people... let me rephrase this. It is politically advantageous for Trump that these riots go on. The more violent they get, the better it is for him. And the issue is, any movement going forward with the imagery that we saw of them burning cars, tagging shit, leaving trash all over the street, throwing piss bottles and fireworks at cops, smashing out windows, throwing fucking cinder blocks through windshields, throwing pieces of cinder blocks at oncoming cars. All of these images that have been portrayed for like 5 days now have completely marred any attraction from an outsider to this movement. Yeah, so this is from CBS News's channel. Let's just go over some of these comments here. So, all right, here's military oath on enlistment. Here's Jennifer Newbern. National Guard directly took aim at and shot successfully in the leg an Aussie reporter with a less than lethal round. For goodness sake, so who are truly the violent ones? That had 3 likes. That was a pretty well-liked comment there. How about this one? Newsom, you have done nothing to prevent crimes against actual criminals who take advantage of being part of the immigrant groups. Not deploying officers in LA when all the riots happened is unacceptable, and you need to be held accountable and put out from office. That had 135 likes. I wonder what the general sentiment between these two comments was. Here we go. Newsom, just give up. You're horrible, and you will not be president in 2028 or ever. I can get behind that one. That's got 22. This one had 3. Okay. Gavin, never once did California have this under control. Quit deflecting your responsibility with speeches like this. We see you, bro. You're not fooling anybody. He's full of crap. Do people even believe the BS coming out of his mouth anymore? You're a joke. He's the worst governor we've had so far. This should be a speech denouncing violence and anarchy in the streets, regardless of what Trump does. People need to respect the law, or we don't have a country. And obviously, this is the general sentiment. Like, I don't know exactly what this says up here, but this right here has 3. I think there's one down here that's got a pretty decent. Yeah. Freedom of speech in the USA enables this governor to stand and talk opposing a sitting president. Okay, fair. 46 likes. That's true. I have no argument to that. This dude is wild for even showing his face. His state literally burns every year and he blames everyone else and takes no responsibility. So the general sentiment of the people that are watching this is not in praise of this guy. And that's what I'm trying to say is none of this has been a W for Democrats. This has all been a fat L. A super fat L. It's amazing. And then during the day, let's see if we can find some protest leads here. Hold on. Poor test. I take a poor test every time I open up my bank account. All right. ABC, CNBC. Well, you know, so James, I'll actually engage with that because it seems like a good faith question, but I'll engage with that by also saying his state was sued by the Biden administration for trying to secure their southern border, for trying to keep people from moving to it. And that was only about like a year and a half ago, roughly. So my question is, why is it government overreach when Trump sends the military in to protect a federal building, but not when Greg Abbott is actively trying to keep undocumented immigrants out, and the federal government is suing him for it? Because it's actually interesting. I touched on that very subject yesterday. That was what I started the stream on. I mean, you can call it shitty all you want, but they were trying to keep people out, like keep people from crossing the border. Yeah, I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Because they couldn't get federal border patrol out there. Federal border patrol was like basically defunded and told to just let people go through. That was admitted by Alejandro Mayorkas. They tried to do whatever they could to keep people from crossing the border. So when people are aware that folks are coming over the border en masse and they're not being assisted by Border Patrol, I can promise you one thing: citizens aren't going to go out that way. This is the kind of weaponization of empathy I really don't appreciate, and it's incredibly bad faith to try and do that. Specifically because none of this has anything to do with actually caring for the citizens, right? If anything, the topic of today's video, Gavin Newsom, supported the lawsuits against Texas. Again, see, because you're trying to weaponize empathy against me. That's why it's bad faith, brother. They're trying to keep people the fuck out of their state. At that point, it doesn't matter. No, it's for the illegals. It's to keep them the fuck out of the state. Very simple, bro. Not a hard concept, you know what I'm saying? That's Charlie. That's Charlie. Yeah, he's snoozing over on the couch. They're trying to keep people out that are crossing the river. They put barbed wire in the river to de-incentivize those people from coming across the river. I understand you think it's extremely fucking stupid, but then again, you're probably pro, what's that, undocumented migration? I can use your words here. Yeah. And Scott, I'm just engaging because it's content. That's seriously, like, with James being here, this is a godsend. As more people start to come in and argue, I'll focus on other folks more, but okay, so why didn't they supply them with Border Patrol that would actually enforce the border? Yes, yeah. He is my Mel and Radical Coder. Well, see, so I actually like talking to Ryan because Ryan doesn't try to weaponize empathy against the person that he's talking to. He, for the most part, he seems like he comes across in good faith. We can figure that out at some point if you ever want to call in, James. Is that federally illegal? Okay. Okay, so that makes sense. No, 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 no. See, now you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say saying that barbed wire, putting it underwater is illegal, is bad faith. I said you weaponizing empathy by throwing in, it's so dangerous for the citizens, it's so dangerous for wildlife. That has nothing to do with it. And you know that. So my question here is, it's saying obstruction of navigation, right? Navigable waters are those that are subject to the ebb and flow of the tide and or are presently used or have been used in the past or may be susceptible for use to transport interstate or foreign commerce. So my question is, if they're blocking off areas where people don't utilize them to transport interstate or foreign commerce, which do have to go through some form of, yeah, that's fine. Did they even win the case? Okay. So they won that case in the appellate court. Yeah, it's a navigable water, but if they're not, like when we're talking about navigation here, are we talking about the boats that go along it, or are we talking, when it says blocking navigation, are we talking about moving things from one point on the river to another point on the river? So yes, you are correct. The Rio Grande is navigable water. I wasn't even like questioning that. But the thing is, with the law, things come down to specifics. And when it comes to navigable, is would they include blocking one side of the river and not going across it as obstruction? But then, so my question here for you is, James, why did they win an appellate court then? I'm not even going over this. Trump dropped the immigration lawsuit, whatever, yada yada yada. My question is this right here. Because they won the lawsuit in the appellate court. Actually, it said that they didn't have the authority to do so. See on the case, that's what I was asking, right? So when it comes to it being navigable water, are they talking about from one side to the other, or are they talking about from one point on the river to another point on the river? You know? Anyway, that conversation's over now. Let's watch some more fucking riot feeds. Because my rant on Gavin Newsom is over. Gavin Newsom is a lying scumbag who has done nothing but fail California since he's been governor. Since he's become governor, and even before that, so it's not just him, but he became governor in 2017? Since he's become governor, they have consistently lost 6 digits, and that number has increased to its highest levels since he's become governor. No, he should not be president. Absolutely terrible choice, and if they did run him, which I hope they do, he will lose in a landslide, especially after this bullshit. Fucking dude. They would appealed the appeal? Nope, ranchers either own or rent the land. They have every right to do as they wish. People who cross the rancher's land without permission are at their own risk. So yeah, so what it comes back to is, if the rancher owns the land, having barbed wire in the water is not illegal. I'm a city boy. I don't know the answers to any of these. So, on the case, Scott, Panchuchin, I'm gonna let y'all fucking run that conversation. I don't know nothing about that. When I get to the point where I can move out into a rural area, fuck yeah, dude. I will definitely learn up on all those laws. But for right now, bro, I'm in the city. I want to look something up here. Hold on. Actually, I'll leave the Riot feed going. I'm going to pull this up on Chrome. Stuff popping up in LA again? But see, like, so James, here's my only question with that. I would think that in order for them to prove that you were booby trapping your property, they would have to have some form of like mens rea, right? Like they would have to prove you were intending to booby trap somebody by putting the barbed wire in the water.
They got two guys out. And the Fed cops can't leave their property. Sorry.
Daniel, we are here. We want to have.
To prove booby trap? Here you go, bro. And they're still doing it? And it's still live? Oh, Jesus. Hold on. I'm gonna look at that same article in a different screen just so we can watch fucking riot shit. And then when I find it, I'll pull it up and I'll highlight it for you, okay? There you go. Right here. That was quick. Even if somebody is not supposed to be on the property, if the homeowner knowingly set up a booby trap with the intention of injuring a trespasser, that trespasser can then sue the homeowner to cover things like medical bills and other costs. There you go, bro. Boys, let's just revel in this massive fucking L that the Democrats are taking right now. Oh man, it just keeps getting better. What a hell of a way to attract people to your side, like throwing explosives at fire or at police officers. I'm just surprised LA's popping off again. They're still throwing shit at the fucking police, dude. Probably, yeah. Yeah, Abe, I wouldn't doubt that. I mean, these people have no fucking soul, dude. They don't have any moral compass. They're throwing fucking explosives at these cops, dude. I wouldn't doubt they're, like, actively trying to get their faces on camera so they can dox them and then have people harass their families. These people don't have a moral compass. Yeah, light them up, boys. Hell yeah, get them. See how under control these guys have it? Everybody? While we're watching this? See how as they throw explosives at the local police? This isn't National Guard. Yeah, James, just so you know, there are people outside of large cities that have internet. I know that's shocking. But yeah, internet goes all over the country, by the way. Yeah, I know, it's crazy, right, James? It's like, obviously you didn't, because You wouldn't expect there to be any farmers in my chat. That's crazy. Fucking wild, bro. Absolutely insane. There are people in rural America on the internet. This is incredible. All right, guys. The one on the left. I'm not gonna lie. I want to fix her. Baby, you want to start a farm? By the way, Panjuchin isn't in the United States, James.
Nice one.
Yeah, you know, I'll be honest. I get my internet from a wire hanger with some tin foil, and it's hooked up to a potato. That's how I get internet. It's fantastic. It's free. That's the only reason my fucking poor lower class ass can't afford it. Potatoes grown on a farm. You know? It's organic. This just looks so good for their cause, doesn't it, guys? Spraying shit on walls, throwing bombs at cops. This is how you fight for illegal immigrants, boys. This is how you do it right here. What, Charlie? Hold on, guys. I'm gonna grab some food. What's up, bro? Need some water? Ooh, I'm sorry. Ooh. They're really winning them over today, boys. That crowd sure has grown since three days ago. I guess like people got tired of getting fucking tear gassed by cops and hit with rubber bullets. Illegal immigrants aren't they're not that important. Yeah, on the case, I was thinking she's a prime example of why we don't let women vote. We shouldn't, you know what I mean? Just saying. How many OnlyFans accounts are you subscribed to, James? Hey man, we're fighting the patriarchy, man. I mean, what I do with my life is none of your business. But I'm not the one, like, bringing that shit up and weaponizing it against other people. I was just using your own bullshit against you. Yeah, no, I am, for sure. I'm definitely hurt, brother. Where's your chicken, buddy? You gotta catch it, buddy. Come here. Come here. There you go. On the case. here to give you the hard-hitting questions of the day. I'm just, boys, it's picking back up in LA. Isn't that funny? Didn't their beloved governor come out and tell them to be peaceful? How could they possibly go out when our future president, President 48, Gavin Newsom, came out and told them to be peaceful? How could they possibly think to not be peaceful? How did that not possibly work? Isn't that insane? But like, wait, hold on.
They're coming out. They're coming out.
He came out and blamed Trump. Why are they still throwing bombs at police officers? Thank you so much, Scott. I really appreciate that, brother. We have gotten through the main topic today, so we are now streaming the riots. And I'm giving hard-hitting commentary while throwing fucking chicken tenders down my fat-ass mouth.
As you can see, Los Angeles is not a sanctuary city. It's a bunch of Joe shit.
Easy. Easy win. We're doing it in the big leagues now, boys. Robert Whaley, thanks for showing up, brother. Thank you, man, very much. I appreciate you, man. Come on in. Fucking, hey, W's in the chat for Robert. W's in the chat for Robert. Gentlemen, now that I have eaten my lunch, I feel like now is the appropriate time to announce my candidacy for the 2032 election. If elected, I promise to run on the oh wait, hold on. Before the meme. Yeah, get 'em, boys. Yeah. Crime lord whores. Alright. Trump Jr. 2032. Well, he's gonna have to run against me, bro. And let me tell you, I will have the exact same platform, but mine includes free Brita filters for everybody. And that's paid for with tariff dollars. This is not going to be paid for with taxpayer dollars. Don't forget to drink your water, boys. We got to help each other stay hydrated out here. You know what I mean? Absolutely. Abso-god-dang-lutely, brother. It's hard for me to do a country accent because I'm not from the country, man. I'm from the beach. You know what I mean? I live like trailer trash and I talk like a Yankee. I don't know what the fuck happened. Where you from? Ohio? Yes, sir, man. Yes, sir. There's tons of good people in Alabama. I moved here 7 years ago. Don't regret it one bit. It's fantastic. Huge fan. This is my home now, bro. I'm never gonna leave. For sure. Dude, I don't know if it's like my mustache hair gets caught up in my nostril, but I get this itch in my nose over on this side all the time. It's so crazy. Sometimes I feel like I look like a crackhead scratching my face all the time. man. 9. Right. I didn't have Razorbacks. Oh yeah, Penn shoots, and there's a bunch of old Blues guys that they either like got their start or did their first major recordings in Alabama. Like Muscle Shoals that's like a music city. It's got a ton of music history in it. It's pretty cool. Yeah, on the case. Hell yeah.
They around the corner. When you turn right, nothing over there. I'll get you.
Come out with a shit ton of guys. I think they're about to come out with a lot of guys. Our armored vehicles.
They're still waiting on their DoorDash, Scott. From the vegan shop down the street. See, now, this could be just me. This is totally speculation, right? This guy in the white shirt here with the cane, I genuinely believe he's actively putting himself in harm's way. So if he gets hit, the news can say they're even attacking the disabled. No, man, I actually haven't been to Mobile. So, yeah, when I came here, I came in through Dothan, and that was going from Tampa Bay. So I hit 75, came straight up, and went through Dothan. So I went on like the east side of the border on the bottom of Alabama instead of, I didn't go through the west side. I'd like to go see Mobile. I meet people from Mobile all the fucking time, dude. And they're all really cool. It's like Birmingham on the beach. You know what I mean? A lot of history down there, too. What's up, Bubba? You want up here with me? Come on. And then they scatter like roaches. And they throw more bombs. Damn, buddy, you're farting like crazy.
What the fuck are you?
It smells like coal. 1942. It's like, man, they almost get to the point where shit's about to start popping off and then everything like calms down. It's like they just get right there. Nothing makes me feel. Thank you again, Scott, bro. I really appreciate the support, dude. You're a fucking legend, dude. Thank you. Nothing. Nothing makes me feel better than that little clip of that one cop just cracking those motherfuckers upside the head with that baton when they were trying to rush up on him. Man, that was my favorite clip so far, dude. Or any of the clips of them just like throwing cuffs on these pieces of shit, throwing them in the back of the car. You're a legend, bro. Thank you. For real. Dude, I need to check that out, man. That sounds sweet. I haven't even heard of that. Oh, this is a fucking loop, dude. I remember seeing that guy pour shit in his eyes earlier. Fuck. Crux, you friggin' scammers.
Right now. US has the chance to avoid the same.
I like that podcast. I do like that podcast.
No. All right, hold on. Okay, hold on. Wait. Is New York City popping off right now? That's Los Angeles. These are all LA. See? Oh yeah, man, Scott. Yeah, dude. I've gotten to the point where if I'm not with him when I'm like trying to go to bed, I can't sleep. Okay, so this isn't even the protest. This is literally just Times Square. I think they cracked enough people yesterday that fucking shut them all down. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, without a doubt, Panchushin. 100%. 100%. I mean, dude, like yesterday, there were trucks dropping off like the bedfuls of masks and face shields. Yeah, I think, dude, I'll be honest. Since there was in other cities, since there was such like a strong response to it, I'm pretty sure the other cities aren't going to go anywhere. Like New York. See, Chicago, they looked like little bitches there for a minute, but then towards the end of the night, Chicago shut that shit down. They like fully mobilized on all those fucking shitheads, dude. Damn, bro, there's nothing live from New York City right now. That sucks. Oh well. Let's see. Oh, I didn't mean to type that. It auto-filled that. Did this just start? Yeah. This just started. Okay, so this is actually what's going on here now. So we were watching what went on there probably a couple days ago, where this is the actual live feed. There's a Puerto Rican flag. No, I haven't heard anything like that this time around. But back in 2020, this is a true story. Back in 2020, the director of operations for City Hall put out a notice to all business owners in downtown Birmingham, telling them that they should probably board up their windows because there were pallets of bricks showing up on like street corners. Yeah. There's no fucking screeching demons out here this time, dude. Big difference from the other one we watched. Well, this is also the military and not the local police, so. Look at this fucking doofus, dude. The upside down flag thing, like, I get it, right? I get it. You're able to spread your speech and stuff, but he's just walking around with it. No one's really talking to him. He's not really like in a group. He's just walking around by himself with an upside down American flag. Looks like a fucking lunatic. It's all pretty quiet right now, boys. What's ICE, or what's a Fox in?
Rioters, if you will. They go in there and they take advantage of these situations.
Here
I
we
have
go.
no doubt there are some on the ground here who really don't have a strong feeling one way or another about the topic du jour, but they see it as an opportunity to protest. And in the past, we have found a lot of control, communications between them, which doesn't have to be elaborate. I mean, it can be literally, certainly we've had discussions about senior administration officials using Signal, if you will, to communicate things they shouldn't. Well, they also do the same thing. They'll be using various apps and stuff to communicate things back and forth with the crowd and orchestrate things. And that is
For sure, bro.
Protests over the many years.
Yeah, once you get these boys out there, they're not going to go up against the National Guard. Promise you.
Are there paid protesters out there? I've seen stuff pop up in the media, where there's kind of speculation and things like that. I haven't seen anything yet which shows that this is clearly an orchestrated type of thing.
Okay.
Clearly looked like it was kind of spontaneous on the ground. But
Sure.
once you have something like this happen, there is an invitation to those who like to exploit events like this to do things,
Okay.
and they may step in
Yeah,
some
I
way.
mean, see,
Hal, last
so
question.
Abe,
Coming to
I'm
me.
not
I
too
know,
far off from
I'm
you from
extremely
there.
interested in this, as so many viewers
When it
are.
starts to get really out of
Is there a
hand,
shelf
absolutely.
life on the
You know what I mean?
emergency, so to speak. I'm not
But,
going to ask when this is all going to be said and done. We don't know that. That's impossible.
But
to,
until it gets to that point,
foretell here. But
it can,
Pete Hegseth,
like,
Defense Secretary,
optically, it
was
can be
on
an L
Capitol Hill yet
for.
again for day 2 of his
for Trump.
testimony, and he was
So I would
asked,
say shit gets
how
really
long
out of hand.
will
Anybody
Marines
dies
be
because
in
of these
this kind
fucking
limbo deployment,
retards
ready
out
to
here
go if
protesting or
needed?
rioting.
How long does that last? How long
yeah, absolutely.
can the president keep a state's National Guard in a federalized status? Do we know that?
Well, I will say this. I've heard them say 60 days. I've heard that out there. They're saying this is initially. I think I have not seen a copy of the orders, but it sounds like the orders were initially for 60 days with the, certainly they'd always have the option to extend. How long can you keep National Guard in federalized status? Well, you could keep them in federalized status for years if you wanted. There's really no cap on that. And if you want to go back to World War II, the National Guard troops got federalized and they stayed there until the war was over, plus 6 months. So there's a long
See,
time
this
to do
guy,
but
hold on,
really
this
the
guy
cap-
that's talking right now, he just said, I don't see anything that shows that this is orchestrated. Like, bro, there were trucks dropping off face masks and face shields to the riots the other day. To the riots where they were burning cars and shit, not to where people were peacefully protesting. Like, someone's trying to aggravate this shit. You want to tell me this isn't orchestrated? Absolute bullshit. No fucking way.
The ticking
There's no
clock
way.
in the background is one is a law, as we mentioned on the, as we've talked about, it's called the U.S. Economy Act. It's one of the, when I was doing this, where I was coordinating military support of civil authorities in all its various incarnations,
Yeah.
two things you look at. One is you can't violate constitutional status if they're in federal status. The other was the Economy Act, which basically says that you've got to look for the most economical source of goods and services. Why? Because the military is extremely expensive. And Congress back in the
That's
early
the LA
30s
City
didn't
Hall,
want
right? I'm pretty sure that
various
is.
agencies always going to the military to do stuff because it's really expensive. Very capable, but really expensive. So there's some things that have to happen. The Secretary of Defense and probably the other secretaries involved, the supporting and supported secretaries, I should say, or cabinet members, have to sign off on a waiver to allow this presence to continue to allow the use of military forces for this particular mission. That's kind of that's a de rigueur administrative step they have to take.
Okay.
But at some point there, Congress will look at it. The courts might look at it and say, did you really need federal troops out there doing this? Could you have found another way to do this? So there is overview. So that's kind of the ticking clock, but there isn't like you got to get them out there in 2 weeks or you got to get them out in 30 days. There's nothing like that.
Okay, there does seem to be an as long as it takes quality to some of the comments coming from Secretary Hegseth and even President Trump.
Of course there is. Why the fuck shouldn't there be?
Hal Kemper, as always, thanks so much. We'll talk soon.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, hope you found that conversation informative. We do have to take yet another quick commercial break, but for the rest of this hour, you'll be hearing from Los Angeles officials in replay from earlier in the day about how these...
Oh, me too. In a fucking
efforts,
half a
so to say,
second, dude.
To bring this all
Yeah,
under
without a
control
doubt.
Are going. We'll have that for you after the break.
But don't send James to Greece. Send James down to like Mexico or Venezuela or one of these countries where he wants to bring people in so bad, so that way he can go live down there with them. If he wants immigration so fucking bad, you know what I mean? Of course. Of course. Yeah. No, Abe. No. I didn't ban him. No. No. I want the engagement and the watch time right now, bro. I'm still trying to get fucking. I'm still trying to get monetized, dude. You know what I'm saying?
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. So what we're going to do, we're going to take just a quick break from some of this protest coverage there in Los Angeles. I know before the break I told you we were going to go out to that, but we do have a live event going on right now.
And everyone's gonna leave. All right. Doesn't look like there's much going on in LA. It's pretty nice. It's good to see. Looked like they were like kind of crowding around the city hall over there. Panchuchin, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Absolutely, brother. Let's get folks up and out, my man. Let's do it. I'm totally ready for it. That'd be awesome. I might need a See, I'm with it though. I'm with it. I understand it comes challenges, and I understand that, like, you know, my viewpoints and stuff aren't popular with 100% of people, and I'm willing to sit back and argue those viewpoints. I might need like a mod team or something that would be able to help me kind of like navigate people coming into my chat and saying crazy shit. You know what I mean? Abe, dude, I fucking appreciate it, man. In any way that I can help, like, boost you up too, man, for real. Let me know. I'm here for it, bro. I'm in it to win. Nick Shirley. Okay, let's see. Hold on. You said Nick Shirley live.
As well with us. Here we go, everybody. All right, you guys. We got Brooker T. Jones. Brooker T. Jones, say what's up.
Oh, I've seen this guy before.
What's up? I'm here at this ice.
We got a lot of new subscribers here on the channel, so here we go. This is a live Shirley. This is a Nick Shirley live. Here we go. All right, we're going into the heart of it. Let's see what happens. Right now, we have undocumented. What's the sign say?
ICE is not welcome here. Together, we are stronger. And over here, it's just like a link over here. So yeah. Fuck ICE. Fuck 12. This is what we're here for. This F ICE. Because they are deporting immigrants that have come here and people that even come here legally. Trump is deporting people that are here.
He just arrested somebody.
Boo! And for this very reason, we are here to protest. And this is our very right This is democracy at its finest.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. They just arrested
Abe is a
somebody
fucking
here.
legend,
Now
dude.
we're down Shane. Oh. Wild in here right now, everybody. Here we go. Excuse me. Shame on who?
The cops fucking up people.
What they do?
They're pushing people around, pushing them back, fucking them over.
So F them, right? So F them, right?
If they're starting the violence and we're just marching and chanting, then yes, they're doing something wrong.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, Panchuchin, they do fucking hate him here.
This
They
land
do.
was made for you and me.
Notice how they're willing to lie to get their ideals across?
I'm stuck right now.
That dude said they're deporting people who came here legally.
IDF. The IDF is Israel Defense Force. So they're comparing the NYPD to the Israeli military right now.
Bro, I shout it from the rooftops. Abe Dinkus is a legend!
What's your sign say?
It sounds a lot better than what these fucking losers are saying with loud. They're the fucking.
Get the F out of here. Love New York City.
Yeah, he sure as
What's
fuck
your sign
does,
say?
doesn't he, Panchuchin? That beard is clutch, brother. That beard is amazing.
What's your sign say?
Proudly representing my family members and friends who are scared to talk and protest and out scream for us.
There you go. Have you had any family members that have been deported?
I don't want to talk about that.
No. Are you worried about your family?
That's
being
right,
deported?
Robert. They have no idea what democracy means.
No worries. Have a great rest of your day.
Democracy put Trump in
Oh, it's
office.
crazy out here, right?
Democracy voted for these deportations, bro. And democracy still supports them. You know what I'm saying? So,
I can't move. Blocked. This guy signs it. It's 2025. Here you go. Here, take my backpack. Alright. Now they're moving people out. She just said keep the black people and the colored people in the middle. Let's see, everyone's trapped right here. There's nowhere to go. Police have locked everybody in. Let's see.
yeah, it looks like they have them all kettled right now.
Everyone's saying
No shit. Hold on, hold on.
it's getting louder over here. Let's go talk to this guy. Get up to the front. What's your message, Ice? You're passionate. What makes you so passionate about the No Ice movement?
Trump is raping a mental hospital.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Trump is raping a mental.
Whoa, 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 whoa. My guy.
What's going on? Black Panther Party out here. Look, we got police right here.
My guy.
Police right there. The police are right here. Everyone's trapped right here. We got nowhere to go.
That shit's
We're
fucking
stuck.
hilarious. Democracy, two wolves and a sheep arguing over what's for dinner. They have no clue as to what they're even helping. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Now they're saying U.S. imperialism.
Panchuchin,
number one.
dude, it's just a buzzword, right? It's just a buzzword. They have nothing else.
I have a question for you. Would you rather have ICE or ISIS here?
Access here.
You'd rather have ISIS here?
Bro, these people are so fucking crazy, dude. Well, on the case, they don't really like exist to that capacity anymore. It's like way out in like hyper rural America, and they. I mean, that's really it, right? Like.
Fuck you, fascist! Fuck you, fascist! Fuck you, fascist! Fuck you, fascist!
This is the most sane
This man's
Democrat.
passionate right here. Bringing the passion out here to the protest today.
There's see like, is it just me or is there just not a lot of there's not a lot of energy at any of these protests except for the people who are rioting.
Because I don't think any of them do, which is why they're standing here smirking at all of us, smacking their gum.
Do you think all police officers are bad?
I mean, they're part of a system that's broken, so yes, they are complicit, yes.
You'll all talk about cops all day. What do you want to know? 50-A.org, if you live in New York City, put in their badge number, find out how many allegations they have, how much they've cost the city, how much money they make. 50-A.org. Look up dirty cops, 50-A.org.
Yeah. Should they defund the NYPD?
Absolutely. Abolish it, revamp the entire system.
Because they're sleeping
Nobody
till dark.
deserves their own flag.
Yeah,
Back the blue
and they're just lighting their way and finding
all
paths
cops are
with
bastards
burning
when we
crosses
say that.
out there. You know?
We say that because they turned a blind eye to abuse. And if you see something, they don't say something, right? They turn a blind eye. That's what Back the Blue is, right? They back each other up. Therefore,
Yeah,
all cops are
100%,
bastards
Scott.
because they're all
Absolutely agree.
enabling a system that is
Absolutely
harming
agree,
people.
bro.
Who should protect the
The
city?
original policing came from slave catching, slave catchers, white men chasing black people, slaves. We know that. This is where they don't teach us this in the history books. Slave catchers, that's where all these fucking fools came from.
And then who should protect the city?
You abolish it and you start the whole system all over again.
See,
you put in more services to homelessness, community activations. You stop putting so much money into policing because they're not here to protect people, they're here to protect property. And as a woman that's called the police for DV before, they're not here for
Look, I can be straight
Never
up.
call the cops.
Physically,
Never call the cops for domestic violence. They're not here to help you.
She's attractive, right?
White people, we have
Like when I look at this lady, I'm like, yeah, that's an attractive woman. But the second she opens her mouth,
you have to look a certain way, act
it reminds me why women shouldn't vote.
That's white people shit. And we gotta unlearn that because we're all being told a lie. When people start to speak up, we're called crazy. The second we start to speak up, white people were literally murdered back in the day when we stood up for black people because something must be wrong with them. Why would they be supporting black people? Don't get it twisted. Fuck police. At least 40% of them beat their wives. They killed at least 30 dogs every day. Yo, you're a pussy.
I'm white, you're white. What should we do?
Oh my God, use our privilege all day, every day. Stand front lines. Yo, black people shouldn't even be fucking out here. It should be all of us fighting against white supremacy. We should be front line, protecting ourselves, putting our bodies on the line. What, you get arrested for a couple hours? Yo, sue their asses. Make 10 grand. Really? 1-800-SUE-CITY.
Yeah, 100%.
Sue the police.
And they also are out there for the photo op, dude. Like they want the pictures to post on social media so they can get the likes from their friends. See, like, she is soaking up this camera time. This is her time to shine. She's probably never been listened to by anybody in her life this much.
Thousands. Taxpayers' money money. People should be mad about all these unlawful arrests. Taxpayers should be out here being like, why y'all wasting money? They're exercising their First Amendment right to
using this
protest.
money to pay her bills. You're trying to paint it out like she's like here telling defund cops leaving the community to be harmed and like use this money to live her life. Like you think she's freeloading off of these causes?
Oh no, I was just asking if like the
That's
fines that she's
kind of
got.
like your question.
Sorry, Scott, I didn't see that one. Trigger words and catchphrases is what they follow without questions. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a party of buzzwords.
What do I?
Nothing more, nothing
Cares
less.
about the community. You're the typical white boy. Yeah, like I know you. I know your type. I married someone like you. I did. I got divorced.
Ah, and there's the tell, boys. There's the tell.
Yeah? Okay.
She can't stand men. She got hurt.
We're live right now. We're talking to people. Got anything to say?
Please don't police me, I beg you.
Anything you gotta say? You got 7,000 people watching right now.
No, I think I said what I had to say. Fuck 12, fuck the police.
You did a very good job saying what you want to say. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day, man. We're trapped right here. I don't know where to go. We're trapped. It's kind of hard.
You're white and privileged. You could probably walk right across the street. They'll let you.
See what happens.
Fuck 12. Black Lives Matter. Free Palestine. Free Congo. Free Sudan. Fuck ICE.
I have a question for you. ICE or ISIS?
I think ISIS is
Actually, get the fuck out of here. Like, please leave.
I was
Like, please leave. No, what? ICE or ISIS? Like, actually, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
I'll leave now.
Please.
All right, I'm moving. I'm going. Thank you so much, man. Here we go. All right, we're out of there. She chose ISIS. Holy cow.
Exactly, Abe. 100%. Absolutely fucking base, dude.
It's hot out here. A lot of people crammed in one spot, huh? It's all right, man. It's all good though, huh? Here we go, everybody. There's nowhere to really go.
Yeah, without a doubt, Scott. 100%. They don't give a fuck. It seems like the way at least the feminist movement has taught women to be in this country is to completely avoid any form of like true motherhood, family development, anything that gives like most people a sense of like purpose. Like with men too. Men, we want to start families. We want to have kids, right? That's one thing where men and women should be in agreement.
We're all stuck right here. Everyone has slowed down their chanting.
Yes, Abe. Yes, there you go.
Who is the we you speak of?
Everybody, this group, where are we marching to today?
You know what? I don't really know. I'm a Lower East Side resident, and I'm just here, exercising my First Amendment right to, assemble. I just want to see what's going on.
What do you think about the ICE protests? Should they deport the criminals?
I believe if I was the man in charge, I would handle it a little bit differently.
If what?
If I was the man in charge, I would handle it a little bit differently. I think this is a deep-rooted problem that's been going on for hundreds of years. But there's one phrase in particular that I find that a lot of people should just ponder on, which is are there illegal immigrants on stolen land? If you look at the inception of America, everyone came here in some form or fashion, except Native Americans. So, that being the case,
No, but where did they come from?
some type of, spiritual responsibility and spiritual maturity, I believe, to understand that, this is land that everyone can coexist on.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. It's good to have a conversation with a chill man out here on the streets. Wow.
Yeah, for sure. No shit,
He
Panchi.
has the POTUS. Looks like Trump has a Hitler mustache on this side right here. It says Kudo here on this side right here. It's interesting. All these people have a mask on. I don't understand why everyone puts system right now, and the only way you can really have law and order in the United States is if you know who's actually inside the United States. So you got to figure out who's here. And if somebody isn't here to do good, we should probably get them out. But
if someone's here to do good, you should get them out?
If they're not here to do good, then we should probably get them out.
Okay.
And so I hope that ICE is doing their research as far as who they're going to take. And if someone's here illegally,
it's gonna be hard to do, Scott, with all those fucking masks on. You know what I mean? Thank you, Panchuchin. I appreciate that, man. We'll see what happens, brother. I'm gonna keep at it. You know what I mean? I think I'm gonna keep coming back. I appreciate all your support. You guys come in, it seems, every single day and show love to the channel. Dude, that means so much. It really does, you know. It really is awesome, the level of support that I've gotten so far. You know, I wasn't expecting this at all, man. And, you know, it really means a lot, guys.
Then they'll probably need to go back to their country, reapply for the visa, and once it's granted again, they could come back.
But after having a whole life here and, you know, job and, you know, maybe family, kids, all that, you say you think they should go back?
Well, if they have to reapply for the visa, that's kind of just how long it works.
Fuck you too, bitch.
Oh, she just broke the camera. We're having a great
dude, what a fucking cunt, bro. She broke his gimbal. I have one of those, dude.
We're back.
Like that exact same brand, it's just a different color.
I'm living low this out my whole life, black male. I can have a disagreement and, you know, not blow up on it. It's just certain things that, you know, I don't allow and tolerate, which is, you know, any type of neo-Nazi, KKK, or like, you know, slur. I can communicate, you know.
Same, I totally agree with you. I agree with you on that.
So this is the same gimbal that he has. I have one of these.
It's a privilege to be in the United States. It's not a right. It's a privilege to be here. It's not a right if you're not born here.
Well, to some people would say that, but, you know, my question is, this is a entitled way that certain people, you know, think about. This is a privilege to be here. Now, my thing is, when, you know, the Native Americans and the original inhabitants of this land, when they were here and people just bogarted their way through, were their opinions taken into consideration? Like, they, you know?
I mean, you know,
no, they weren't.
I will say,
So, you know, it's interesting.
at least this guy's willing to have a conversation with him instead of just sticking a middle finger in his face and smacking his fucking property. You know, like, like, I don't agree with anything this guy's saying. He's kind of just speaking out of his ass, but at the same time, he's at least willing to engage in a conversation that seems somewhat rational and level-headed. Like, I'm just giving credit where credit's due. You know what I mean? I can respect that. I don't have to respect his beliefs to respect his etiquette.
There was a point in which Mexico was actually a part of the United States.
And then we bought it.
But see, we or the we that you're speaking of is the United States that bought people. My thing is this. There is, this is just carved land. This is sort of like, you know, it's slightly fictitious from its inception. You know, you don't have, really, to me, you don't have proper ground to stand on when your starting point's fucked up.
He could use, you know, Buffalo Wild Wings.
With anyone.
You know, on the case, I have no idea, bro. I haven't seen anything. I was driving around running some errands earlier. I didn't see anything going on. You know, it seems like this isn't much of a protest city. You know what I mean? Like during COVID, I couldn't say the same thing, but ever since then, like there's not a lot of, like there's some people there's an area right down the road from where I live called 5 Points, and there's some people down over there that were protesting.
Here we go.
But
how you doing, sir? You enjoying the protest? Yes, sir.
Other than that, other than like 3 or 4 people standing out there with signs for like Gaza or whatever, there's really nothing going on here, which I'm grateful for. I don't want these lunatics in my city. Sorry.
So,
Oh.
The way everybody's responding to you, you must be a
I know, they're
dickhead.
kind of getting mad, huh?
Yeah, obviously you ain't out here for us.
I'm out here just to give
You're
the
out here
people
like on
opinions.
some white supremacy shit. Because
No.
you're a white boy and that's how y'all niggas act. You know what I
really?
mean?
There's a lot of other white boys out here.
Word, I know. You probably like all this shit that's going on, the white supremacy, all this shit. You know how y'all took over this land?
Yeah.
You know, there used to be Mexican land and all that, Native American Mexican land?
Yeah.
You know, your people came from Europe, came over here and did shit and then built walls up, told them people they got to stay down there.
Yeah.
How would y'all like if somebody came over there to Europe and did that shit to y'all? How about we start purging y'all, getting y'all out here and getting shit back to the Native Americans? How would you like that? Now you're in
Good luck,
How would you like that?
you
How about we
fucking
purge this
loser.
shit for the Native Americans, give it back to the original people of this land?
Were you born here?
Who?
You.
My people are Native American, yes. My people are Native American, yes. They were missing black people. 100% Native American grandmother. What about you?
So we're on the same
Are
page.
you from here? No, you're not from here. You're not from here. You're not from here. You're European, right?
I'm here.
How about we purge this shit for the Native Americans? Are you with that?
Am I with
Are
that?
you with that?
Current day?
Huh?
Current day?
Are you with that?
To give everything back to Native Americans?
Yeah, we give it back to the Native Americans. You with that?
Go for it.
It's our land back,
See what
motherfucker.
happens.
You with that?
Sure, let's go for it. Let's see what happens.
I know. That's why you're not here. That's why you're not here.
Mocking people saying we're on stolen land. Like, can you get out of here? Like, actually get out of here.
I'm leaving. I'm walking with you guys.
No one wants you here. Like, go
You look
to your
dirty as hell, yo.
podcast.
You look dirty, bro.
I do look
You look dirty, bro. You look dirty, bro.
I look
You
dirty.
look dirty. Your hair and all that shit. Your body. Your clothes gonna look like whatever. Your body, your face look dirty, motherfucker. You look stinky, nigga. Slime ball. Look at this dirty ass nigga. Dirty
so
motherfucker.
dirty. Very dirty.
Grease ball. No, fuck that. He gonna get me all day. His raggedy ass. Look at this dirty ass motherfucker. Put it on your face.
It is on my
Dirty ass.
face.
He need to take a shower, cut his hair. You know what I
I
mean?
could use a
Get a
haircut.
clean cut. Act like the white boy.
This
you
guy's
supposed to be. Put
getting
a suit
so
on.
mad,
Put a suit
dude.
on.
Right? That'd be
You know what I
good.
mean?
It's
That'd be
fake.
You
good.
ain't
Don't look at
you
Wall
ain't
Street.
playing the part right. You ain't playing the part. You like a beach bum, nigga. You ain't playing the part right, dirty ass boy. Go get in the shower. You look tan as fuck. You trying to be black? Huh?
So
You
now
trying to
it's
get a tan?
now it's a crime to be
Huh?
outside.
You trying to get a tan,
Now it's a
motherfucker?
crime to be outside. It's a crime to be outside now?
Fucking clown. Fucking
Wow.
No, it ain't a crime to be outside. It's a crime to be here when you stolen land. On stolen land. It's a crime to be on stolen land, talking like how you talk.
Were you born here?
Talking how you talk.
Were you born in the U.S.? Because so was I.
100%.
So was I.
Where
Then
your
we're
family
equal.
come from?
Then we're equal.
Where your family come from?
They're-
Where's the kidnapped? Where's yours?
My parents were born here. What?
Fucking shut his ass down, dude.
I was born here.
Cultures don't come. There's no white culture that comes from the U.S.
I came out of the womb here in the United States.
Yeah, you're born
So
in
I was born here. What's up?
I have a question. So what is your intention with being here right now?
Oh, we're just talking to people, giving people a voice.
Yeah?
That's what we do. That's what we do here on the channel.
What's your channel?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I just feel like in these times there's so much to like spread us apart. Like obviously there's so much violence and just people being torn apart from each other. And wouldn't it be beautiful if we could look at each other and really spread love? Like don't you
Amen.
feel that?
Amen. I'm not feeling much love out here. I'm just trying to talk to
Well,
people.
you're not feeling much love because what you and society showing up in a space like this and kind of what I'm seeing with conversations already shows that you're upholding something that causes so much
See,
change.
you and society showing up in spaces like this. What they're saying is,
Yeah. Okay. That, I mean,
get the fuck out if you don't agree with me.
Well,
If you don't agree, you're not welcome. Yes, toxic compassion. Fucking nailed it,
I just
bro.
want to check in with your intentions because, you know, I didn't know how to read you for what you're doing.
Yes, Scott, 100%. Trash definitely takes itself out.
I can't smell you with my nose and stuff, so I
don't
can't
smell
tell
that
you.
stinky. I'm pretty sure I showered this morning. I put on deodorant. Might even put on some cologne too. So.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I hope you take whatever you experience, and I know that it hurts the ego. I hope you take it and you go home and maybe like look
And
at.
shower.
Well, shower's good, but also maybe like just think of why these people are saying this, and then what can you do to help people that are feeling this way?
Yeah.
Other than showering, that too.
Yeah.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you. I'll keep out here spreading the truth.
Yeah, spread love with Molotovs, 100%, bro.
Across the world, especially here in the United States. That was wild. How are you doing, sir?
Good. How are
Good. Good. Where are we going? Where are we marching to now?
I don't know. I'm just following them. I think we're going to the other side here to.
Yeah, we all got blocked by the police, huh?
Yeah.
What makes you most outraged about what's going on here in the United States?
There's so much. Oh my goodness. I mean, my family was like housing secure for a while, so that shit really bothers me
Do you think the United States is stolen land?
entirely.
So
Oh no! Nick Shirley has gone down. Well, Panchuchin, it's weaponized empathy.
House of our grandma.
It's not true empathy.
And saying that was my grandma's.
And if you don't
That was my grandma's house. We want
exude the amount of empathy that they tell you should, you're a bad person.
Would you have an issue with that?
No, I wouldn't have an issue, but we bought it from him, so it's like.
You know what I mean? Like that's the issue with these people.
We did not. Okay, we bought a small.
They become victims to their own worldview.
This is misinformation. Fuck this shit.
No, we did.
If they step outside of that line, they are a bad person.
Buy Mexico for $15 million? You guys, chat. Somebody fact check me. Pretty sure we bought Mexico for $15 million after we fought a war. Somebody here in the chat fact check me. I'm reading the comments right now. I'll take my city neat, no ice. How you doing, sir? What's going on? How you doing? Chilling.
He's got a Supreme shirt.
Where are we going to now?
I don't fucking know, bro.
You know how? What do you think about Obama? He deported around 3 million people.
Obama's as
I promise he's a socialist.
the black monkey.
But we never. He's the black monkey. We never heard an uproar like that. Yes, ma'am.
No KKK, no fascist USA.
There we go.
No fascist USA.
No ice.
No KKK, no fascist USA.
No ice.
Yep, someone here in the chat just fact checked me. 15 mil is correct. All right, now where are we going? Bro, what's so funny about them saying I stink in here? This place legit smells like a BO pit. It smells so bad in here.
So if people want to get on that corner,
It's all these girls that don't shave their armpits.
Honestly, with these hoes, I'm not walking till there's crosswalks.
Right.
Okay,
Seriously.
Even then, I still feel a little.
Go home, Timothy!
Go home, Timothy!
Alright, now we're here at this intersection.
They didn't know you yesterday. We know you today, Timothy.
I really fucking hope that's the case, Scott.
Out of my face, or I'll fucking fuck up your camera.
Okay. I was just asking what happened to Timothy. You know what happened to Timothy? They're yelling F Timothy. I don't know who's Timothy. No idea. Me neither.
Probably the guy in white.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I sure as fuck did on the case. Yeah, I saw they looted it. And there was that guy standing outside that live streamed the entire thing, bro. Got all their faces and everything. That's what a fucking monumental L, dude.
How you doing, sir? What's going on, man? Having a good day out here? What happened? What are people doing out here? I'm a little worried. What's going on, man? Look, we got police out here.
You know, I'll tell you.
Huge barricade, or not a barricade, huge police presence from right there. All
Yeah, no, 100%. They have become the thing they purport to be against, without a doubt. But the thing is, they're trapped inside of that because if they step outside of it, they're a fascist, bigot, racist, sexist, homophobe, transphobe,
Or they preach and give their properties back
blank,
to natives.
blank insert here. You know what I mean?
It says, thank you. Listen, continue doing this drama for as long as you want, but the Trump administration will
Abe, that's very true. That's very true.
Against the state. Thank you for the comment. Thank you for the donation. We appreciate it. We're out here getting heckled, so appreciate all the donations. Thank you very much. Here we go.
That's very true.
Saying all our people will be free. Let's see what else they got to say out here. How you doing, ma'am?
Yes, on the case,
I know.
for sure.
They blocked it off right here. But you can, if you can probably get through. Protesters blocking the street. Oh, we got more police coming in from back here.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Scott, very well put. Absolutely.
Who shall we talk to? Should we go? Oh wow, we got a whole nother mob of protesters coming through. Right here, look at them. Here they come.
Yeah, New York shut this shit down so fucking fast
LA
last
videos
night.
got age restricted, so they took it down, which is not good. But now we're out here live, so thank y'all very much for this video.
They're totally cool letting them like peacefully protest. If they want to protest, hey, it's your American right, bro. Do your thing, 100%. But the second you start to try breaking shit and looting stuff, man, let the cops come out with the rubber bullets and tear gas, bro. That's where I'm at. That's where I stand on it. That's it. You know what I mean?
No ice in NYC. What's your sign say? F a king. Who's the king in this instance? Who's the king in this instance? Trump? Everyone thinks Trump's the king out here. Let's see, look at all, we got lots of officers, more people. Wow, their protesters are coming out everywhere out here. What brings you out here today? What? Here we go, look at, we got all the people out here.
Ooh. Hey, chat's saying rent a riot. I love it, dude. For sure.
Streets are wild.
Fuck you, fascist! Fuck you, fascist!
What's going on?
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, Dave, right?
Yeah.
Good to see you, man. Thank you.
We got the White House and all that. That was crazy.
Yeah, this place is wild, and right now it looks like they're moving over.
Yesterday was crazy.
Yeah, this place is wild. I just got.
Have you seen the LA shit? I'm sure.
I was just there. Yes, sir. YouTube just took down my video, but we're trying to get it back. Was crazy, man. Are you born here in the United States?
Yeah.
Yeah, so am I. Some other black guy, he was coming after me.
Right.
Me and you were for being born here, for being white, and for my parents being born here. He was pissed off, and he also said I stink. Do I stink? Confirm that I don't stink. He said I stunk.
You don't stink?
I don't stink, right?
Do I stink?
No. These people stink.
That's
That's what we're talking about. These people stink. All these.
Hey, Ashton, thanks for showing up, dude. Welcome in, brother. I'm just
But me and you were on the same.
I'm stream sniping Nick Shirley right now.
Like I don't agree with that fact. If you're white, I'm black. If we're both born here, and our ancestors aren't from here, it don't matter. We're all on the same level if we're born here, right?
It's about what you do. You know what I'm saying? It's all about what you do with the time and the opportunity and the cards you get. It's about what you do.
Amen. Drop your channel.
Oh, there's plenty of them here, Ashton.
Black Ass Dave on Kick.
Black Ass Dave on Kick. He's a cool guy. Here we go. Look, everyone's coming in right now. This guy came after me.
Oh, there's Grumpy.
Told me my hair was long and stinky. He's got longer hair than I do.
And dreads. Oh, I smell like shit.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that. Let's see if we can get a conversation going with some people real quick. Here we go.
No, I wasn't talking about you, Ashton. There was a guy in the crowd that he was walking with earlier, and the guy just like started going off on him for being white. It was so weird, dude.
Thank you, John. We appreciate all the donations, everybody. We greatly appreciate it. We out here in these streets. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Now we got the drums out here.
What's
ICP?
cousin?
Oh, ICE. I was like, what? So NYPD, ICE, and KKK, they're all the same?
I think what they're saying.
You think they're the same?
I think that's what they're saying.
Yeah, but do you think that's
I think that's an oversimplification, but I can't really speak to that.
I don't agree either. I hope you have a great day out here. Stay safe, ma'am. Thank you very much. Have a good one. So right now we're outside. This is the FBI building. There's the United States Courthouse. There's like the Federal Bureau of Investigation building. And then right there is another place. That's where they were holding Trump up when he was in jail, or when he was on trial.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you will, man. It's pretty wild watching people react in the way that they do to certain things in this country. And now we're just getting to this point where whenever the left...
Your haircut, your skin, your clothes, your shoes, your pants, your camera, your dumbass voice. Get the fuck out of here. Yellow ass eyes. You're alcoholic or something? That's real sad.
Workaholic, work too much, haven't been sleeping much. Here we go. Liberty.
It's that kind of stuff right there that just blows my mind, man. I don't understand it.
How you feel about everything that's going on here? It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Do you agree? I think we should probably support our government more than not support it.
No walls is kind of crazy.
Yeah, no walls is kind of crazy. That doesn't make any sense, right? I think we should get rid of the MS-13 and trade NATO rock was. So
I've been watching for a minute. I really got put on to you during the election. Yeah, so I was watching a lot of that.
That's what's up. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You live right now?
Hell yeah.
What's your YouTube?
I'm on Kick. Big Sack Won't Sag on Kick.
There you go. Appreciate you, bro. Best of luck. Thank you. I appreciate it. Gosh, if you stay with me, you'll probably see some crazy stuff. These people are coming after me. I know. This guy came after me. He's saying I stink. Do I smell? Smell me. Do I smell?
Oh, hell no. And I'll be real with you, too.
See what I mean? How you doing?
They are right over there, bro. Y'all need to get them out first. You know what I mean? 86 people got locked up yesterday out here. Fighting the cops. They're right over there, bro. They can get out today. Y'all take all this energy and get y'all people out first.
Oh, dude, this guy's... Is he leading shit right now? Is this their leader, boys? This is the guy directing this thing? Yeah. Mess up because we don't know who's who.
This guy's saying they need to go get the people out. This person's saying they can't go get them out. You're doing your job out here,
Get
person.
that shit out. Like, the fuck is wrong with this thing? Like, it don't work like that. This is a carceral system.
Oh my God, Nick Shirley.
What's up? Yes.
Oh shit,
How
I
you
saw
doing?
your video.
Thank you.
Yeah. What's up, man?
We're out here today just talking to people. That's a pretty dope tattoo you got right there.
Thank you.
Wow, that is.
Morrison, James Baldwin.
There you go. That's
Some
what's
of the
up.
heavy hitters, you
What,
know,
what brought you guys out here today?
This is the police. Yeah, fuck the police. Viva Mexico. Free Palestine, Sudan, Congo. Fuck the carceral system. We're here today. We are here today to support the immigrants that are being locked up for no reason. Let's go. Fuck 12. Fuck all y'all. Fuck ICE.
He literally fell.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Nick, get the fuck out of here. What's wrong? Get out of here, Nick.
We were having a great conversation.
No. You gotta go.
We were all cool together. We were all just cool. We were all just cool.
Get out of here.
We were all just cool a second ago.
Get out of
See,
here.
they don't want... Here's the thing. They don't want people to see how they act during these things. On the case, they're saying that because of the recent travel bans that Trump put into order.
Yeah, Nick,
Is audio good, everybody? Let me check audio. Oh, audio's chilling. We'll see. Well, hopefully it stays peaceful, right?
Nick, get the fuck out of here.
And that's the sole reason they're bringing out the Congo.
I sit here
That's
because
it.
like you're for us, and you're over there in El Salvador. You were invited to the prisons there, were you not? Were you not paid out to flown out to El Salvador to talk about the prisons there?
I was not paid.
Okay, so you went for free? So you paid to go there, and now you're here. So why? Why did?
Documentary purposes.
What was your documentary there? Get the fuck out of here. You're not welcome here. You're clearly not for this cause, so get the fuck out of here.
I'm here.
You're not welcome here because you're going to catch us on
Get the
camera.
fuck out of here. No one wants to talk to you. Get out of here.
A lot of people have talked to me, so you
Okay,
can go
great.
on.
You got
Go
enough
on.
content. Get
Go
the
on.
fuck out now.
Go on.
Get out. Get the fuck out of here.
Go on.
Get the fuck out of
Your
here.
protest is leaving you. Go on,
Get
sir.
the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Do not redeem.
Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, the chat is so wild,
You
bro.
walk that way. Take the train back that way. Nick, get the fuck out of here.
Fuck the KKK. Fuck ICE and Donald
Donald Trump's criminal regime. Get the fuck out of here, Nick. Oh man, Nick, get the
Fuck
fuck out of here.
Donald Trump and ICE criminal regime.
Get the fuck out of here, Nick. Okay, that was clear. That was better. That was good. Stop. Get your bitch ass out of here. That was good. You could walk up there if you would like. Get the fuck out of here. Do you want me to escort you to the train? No, I don't. I would actually not want you to escort me. You can actually just keep walking. Get the get the fuck out of here. I'm not trolling anybody. Get the fuck out of here. He's the one following me. I'm walking these steps. What's up?
What do you think is going on?
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, this is anti-ICE protest. Okay, people are here, angry at ICE over deportation.
What do you think is going on?
Get the fuck out of here, Nick. As far as what? People are here.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
I
Let him upset you.
I don't know why he's upset. I'm not upset. I'm trying to have him.
Like, look, a lot of people know who you are.
I know.
I'm willing to give people the benefit of the doubt. So I'm asking you, what do you think is going on?
There's a protest going on.
Okay.
Anti-ICE. They're angry at the government.
Why do you think people are angry at ICE right now?
They're angry at the deportations.
Yeah, why do you think that makes a lot of people upset?
A lot of people can be affected from these deportations.
Exactly.
A lot of families, right?
Yeah, a lot of innocent children, kids being separated from their parents. I'm sure you wouldn't want that for yourself.
No, I would not.
Regardless of who you are. I don't know your right. I don't find that offensive. I wouldn't want anybody to have their parents taken away.
Yeah, for sure. Some of it. I also think some people they completely have an agenda and they maintain that agenda. They stick to that agenda and they will lie, subvert, gaslight, and do whatever they possibly can to spread that agenda. It's the same thing as Islam, right? So with Islam, you have a group of people who it is completely within justification for you to lie to somebody to convert them to Islam. That's in the new caliphate, dude. Like, for sure. It's the exact same thing.
That's why we're out here.
It's the exact same
Nobody should
mindset.
be exiled to a foreign country without due process.
When it comes to spreading your beliefs, spreading your ideals,
I'm here.
there is no moral red line for you to step over in order to do
I'm
that.
here trying to be a dick. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt.
I'm not here to be a dick at all.
All right, no, but whatever your video you're making, I hope you're able to show that some of us are here because we think everybody deserves to have inalienable rights.
Amen.
That's it, man.
Amen.
That's it. And
That's
I
the
hope
amazing thing with these live streams. I let people just express themselves.
And like, listen, I don't know who you are, man. I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. All right?
Yeah.
I'm not here to make enemies. I'm here protesting with people who look different than I do. I don't know most of these people.
Without a doubt.
But I do know that
I
don't
totally
want
agree,
anybody
Abe and
in this
Ashton.
country
Yeah.
to have their rights abused or their rights not granted to them. Regardless,
I thought-
the same rights that are
I
granted
thought this
to you
person with the
should be
Mexican
granted to
flag
me.
was a woman at first.
And
It was like an
likewise,
old woman.
Whatever rights and privileges I have, I hope you have too.
Likewise.
I have some privileges that maybe you don't have, and vice versa. That's it, man. That's it. You look like you're a young kid, man.
23. What about you?
I'm in my 40s.
Very well. Wise
my
man.
40s. People's minds can change. I'm a different person from when I was in my 20s. I hope that if you're happy with who you are today, may you be happy when you're in your 40s.
Amen.
That's it.
Yeah, 100%, Scott. That's one of the reasons I have a lot of respect for this dude, Nick Shirley, right now, because he is out there solo dolo, and at any point could get like jumped by these fucking lunatics or anything.
So many people came in. The system's flooded, and you can't have law and order.
Right? Yeah, Abe, exactly.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
we have to remember
Yeah.
why is that happening. We're putting
You're allowed to
sanctions
lie.
on countries
And
that
it's
are
the
getting
same
affected
basic,
by our
like,
policies that we
there is
implement
no moral
with
red
our
line
free
for
trade.
people to cross when it comes to converting people to your
Everything that
beliefs.
is decided here and the voters don't know
Leftism
about
is the exact same
affects
way.
other third world countries.
There's no moral
And
line.
those economies
You can
are
sacrifice
destabilized
all
by
of your
the policies
principles.
set here, whether it's
It does
Republican
not
or
matter what
Democrat.
you believe
It does
in.
affect those places, and that creates an economy where people
You
have to
can
leave.
cross
Right now,
whatever
Venezuela's
boundary
suffering. But
your
yeah, it's horrible. I wouldn't want that
principles
here, right?
stand
We don't
upon
want those policies that they
when
have
it comes
here.
to spreading
But we have to remember that they're suffering because we impose
the
sanctions
ideology.
on them.
That's it.
All right, so
That could be part of it.
no, it is
I
part of
don't- I
it.
haven't done my
It
whole
is.
research on
It is part of it, and we need to
but-
have common sense policy when we vote for our politicians. Whether
No
they're
ill
Republican or
action can go
Democrat,
unjustified
whatever
when you
they're getting
believe
paid
things
for,
that
they're
way.
getting paid by corporations to implement policies in these third world countries that do create a domino effect.
These are the
where
kinds
these
of people we're
have to
dealing
come
with here.
and leave. And then when they come here, we're
These
like,
are the kinds of people, man.
Why can't they stay in their own country? Well, if we pay attention to the corporations that are buying off our politicians, we would see how this domino effect gets created.
Yeah.
I have hatred for no one, man.
Hold up. This man's talking about corporations buying up politicians. I gotta call bullshit here. It's the major corporations in the company or in the country that want illegal immigration. Simply because illegal immigrants are not subjected to our labor laws, and they can be held above their heads in order to maintain them at a lower wage than minimum. So they can pay them dog shit and work them tons of hours without paying them the overtime that's due to them, without giving them the breaks, anything. And if there's any pushback, fuck you, I'm calling ICE. That's what these people don't understand. They're on the side of the corporations with these riots. They're on the side of the corporations with these protests. It's these major, all-encompassing, lobbying the government to regulate things in their favor to restrict competition in the market, corporations that are funding all of these things, that are organizing these things.
Let's not forget, the real people that are assholes aren't the people coming for a better life here. The people that are assholes are the ones who are in power, taking our money, and we're made to believe that we have a democracy. That's
He's
it.
just gonna agitate you. Come on. He's just gonna agitate you.
Right. Hey, 'cause other than that, you're an infidel.
He's gonna agitate you. Don't listen. He's gonna agitate you.
Alright, I haven't agitated anybody. Just had a good conversation. See what happens. Don't talk to him. Keep waving that flag, buddy. Alrighty, everybody. Wild. Thank you very much, everybody. Hey, thank you.
Damn, dude, he's got fucking over 11,000
Where are we
people
going to
watching right now. That's
Where's the
crazy.
next march going? Thank you very much, General Ted Chow. We appreciate you. Thank you, Older Chaos. Hey, thank you for the gifted members, Bro Tato. Thank you, General Cho. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it all. How you guys doing? Doing good? Weather's feeling a lot good. Feeling good out here. Now they're moving somewhere else.
The same way these leftists treat anybody who don't agree with the narrative of the day
Now they're booing at the police officers.
and their politically expedient topics that they bring up.
What's your
Hey, Ashton's son, what's up, buddy?
Capitalism without
How you
racism.
doing? Thank you, I appreciate that,
Would you
man.
like to see communism take control here in the U.S.?
I think we're on the way.
We're on the way. Very nice. Communism's never been proven to work in any country. People still want to go.
See, this is a protest for Hispanic illegal immigrants, and they're wearing keffiyehs.
Let's keep moving along here. What's your sign say? F ICE. It seems like that's the mantra here. Everyone says F ICE, right?
Fuck eyes, and fuck NYP.
What's your least favorite thing about NYPD?
There is no least. I hate everything about them.
Hates everything about it. Who are you gonna call? Who would you call if something bad ever happened? Would you trust the police enough to call them?
Fuck no.
No.
Community, family, friends.
Yeah,
If you
100%.
wanted to report a crime, would you call the police?
100%, dude.
Wow, here
But
we
they
go.
also, when you concentrate them into big cities like this, they bolster the population with these lax census laws. You know, yesterday we were looking up the census. Hold on, let me pull this up for you guys. This was fucking wild. I don't know if you guys, anybody who is here now that didn't see it yesterday. Trump census, I think it was 2019 controversy.
What's these scarves called right here? The FIA? Yeah.
So the controversy around it, looking into it from Brennan Law.
How are you doing?
Brennan Law.
Let's see. How many people think we got out here today? We good? I think we got probably maybe
2,000 people out here.
This was it right here. Sorry, 2022. This was the big boy. I could read through this whole thing. I don't think I need to though. So what they essentially go through is they were concerned about the Commerce Department's unprecedented and unusually high degree of engagement in the 2020 census. And all that comes up to is on September 14th of 2020, the chain was created during the time the Trump administration was trying to speed up the Bureau's counting operations so that President Trump could attempt to illegally remove undocumented persons. So what they're saying is, by removing people that should not have been on there, it was illegal. These people make me fucking sick, dude. They make me sick. They're liars.
NYPD out here. They got the.
Oh shit. Well, there goes that, boys. Hey, it recommended my own stream to me. It's downtown Los Angeles. So this is only going on in quote-unquote sanctuary cities, yeah? Let's check out NYP. Oh, they just started this shit.
We're humans, and we deserve dignity. My mother-in-law
That's a dude.
came here walking from
Not the one with the mic, the one in the denim jacket right there.
to give my husband a better life here, a better opportunity. And she said there was times when she had to crawl on the floor to avoid being seen by helicopters. She was so terrified of being caught. But she did it to give her son a better life.
Then
And
why
that's
the fuck
what
were you
we
here?
come here to do.
Why were
To
you
give
here?
her a better life.
See, this is the thing. The status quo needs to be, this is going to be really, really abrasive, okay? The status quo needs to be, if you are going to be in America illegally, it will not be a better life.
Millions of dollars to the LAPD to
That's, like,
protesting.
the issue is, people were incentivized to move here. They need to be disincentivized to live here.
They have no right to
It might be a cold take.
to react to their violence. And we're going to continue to show up and
Absolutely, Ashton. I want the better life.
because I don't care what anyone
Fuck
says.
these people that are here illegally.
Makes a difference. Being out in the streets makes a difference. Speaking
I'm not
out
sorry to say that either.
And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
I'm a citizen of this country.
Woman in El Monte. Her name is
I pay my taxes. I was born here. I was raised here.
and arrested by ICE while she went to move her car.
The only way we're going to change this immigration situation is to de-incentivize them to live here. And what's going on right now is exactly the way we do it.
We showed up, we rallied, we made noise, and guess what happened? Yolanda was released. I'm so proud to be a part of that. And you
Right,
need
exactly,
this.
man, Matt. 100%.
Make you part of history as well. And we need you to continue to show up in the streets continue to hold our elected officials accountable because they're not going to save us. Mayor Bass spent her entire press conference talking about graffiti, talking about the World Cup, talking about the Olympics. Why? She's criticizing us for protesting because it affects her bottom line, affects her paycheck. She wants to make money off the Olympics. Instead of talking about how she can protect her city that she has a duty to protect, she continues to criminalize protesters.
See, these people don't care about the benefit of everybody. These people are not, they don't see people as individuals. They see people as groups. That is what collectivism is. So like when you hear these leftists discuss, well, you don't understand intersectionality and all this bullshit, intersectionality is something that only exists in a collectivist worldview. That's it. It cannot exist outside of that. Collectivism is writing legislation on people based in their group, right? Islam, Mexican, black, white. That's collectivism. That's intersectionality. In an individualist society where all laws apply to everybody equally and there are no protected classes, there are no special little groups, there is none of that bullshit. Intersectionality and this whole science behind it completely falls apart. Because at that point, every person in this country is accountable to themselves. They do not rely on group identity. They do not rely, tribalism, yes, correct, Dave, exactly. They don't rely on group identity. They don't rely on, any kind of like guilt or pride. They are solely accountable for themselves. See, so if this is a push for people to not be held accountable for their own actions and to be held accountable in groups. Nothing more, nothing less. That's all this is pushing for. And as you saw it during the protests the other day, yesterday, fuck it, a bunch of socialists, which that's their game, a bunch of socialists were pushing their socialist ideology. Because that's how that ideal thrives. This group, come here. This group, come here. This group, come here. And appeal until you attract enough people to come into your group. That is the game. That's the goal. They don't care about these issues. It's a divide and conquer strategy. That's collectivism. If everyone is accountable to themselves, they have nothing to be victim to other than themselves. That's why collectivism is a cancer on society. If we want to live in this melting pot, we have to all be accountable for our own actions. We have to understand that the positions that we put ourselves in as human beings, we put ourselves in those positions ourselves. Of course, things happen. Of course, people are going to have, car accidents that will change the course of their life, right? Well, you're not accountable for that instance, but you're accountable for in the way that you react to it. What are you going to do with that, right? Perpetual victimhood is the only thing the left can thrive on. Nothing else. It can't thrive on any other thing. If you're not a victim, you don't care about these ideas that they push. Because you're in this world for yourself. And if you have a family, you're in it for your family. Right, Ashton, exactly. Exactly. They have to have the mob rule, but they can't have the mob rule. Correct. Bro, Mad Matt, what a good fucking quote drop, cuz. Teddy Roosevelt was the man, dude. Teddy Roosevelt, one of the best presidents that's ever lived. I like Eisenhower, but Teddy Roosevelt was for sure, 100%. He was the man. But see, they totally take away from a very important thing that people don't. It seems like a lot of people don't want to look at, and that is when your life is in a shitty position, looking in the mirror and seeing inside. What did I do wrong to put myself in this position? When you can convince Mexicans and black people and Muslims and gay people and all these other folks, when you can convince them that they are a victim to something else and to point the finger at that thing and call that evil, when you can do that, you get this, right? Because they don't want any of these illegal immigrants to look at themselves and go, man, I really should have come here illegally. Maybe I'll self-deport and come back through a port of entry and do the legal process. They don't want them to do that. So when you come here illegally, you can immediately be labeled a victim, get the government benefits. Yeah, 100%, without a doubt, Ashton. I love how they say no one is illegal who is on stolen land, yet they are illegally here on land that doesn't belong to them. Exactly. Bro, that shit happened hundreds of years ago. It's over. You lost. That's it. Bottom line. Someone else did that. I didn't do that. I'm not paying for someone else's actions. I am not accountable for what someone else did. This is the way things are now. Down with Trump, up with the immigrants. They're saying the quiet part out loud here. Yeah, don't take responsibility for my actions. Have unprotected sex with she-males and fucking do drugs and stay up all night, smash windows, and do it all on the taxpayer's dime, baby! Yeah, 100%, Mad Matt. You know, so my boss, right, at the restaurant that I live at, he's an Italian immigrant. He moved here about 25 years ago, roughly. He did it the legal way. Shocker, I know. I was under the impression, by the way these people talk about this shit, that it's fucking impossible to move here legally. That's the idea that I was given by all these fucking lunatics. They all told me it's impossible to move here legally. Well, he did it, and he did it relatively quickly too. He came here, he worked his ass off, saved up his money, made a decent name for himself in the restaurant industry around here, and he got citizenship. All he talks about is how he would never move back to Italy. There's a reason why people come here. If you want to move to America and be American, throw that fucking flag away and go through the process, dude. There's no limit on how many people can move here legally. If you go through the process, it's unlimited. Fuck your representation. Go through a port of entry. Apply for asylum. If your shit isn't real, you're not getting in. Try again. Like, it's not even like a hard concept to get. America is not the only country where we do this. America is not the only country that wants its borders closed. And see, now all the people who are just trying to get home for the 6th day in a row, their ride home just got fucked up. The internationalist group. Ah, what a good way to say I'm a globalist. And the thing is, here's the deal. People in this country are so fucking tired of the riots and shit. These past 5 days have completely marred any progress these people think they're going to make with this movement. Because now, even if there's no more riots, some of our best hardworking people are naturalized citizens who became Americans the right way. Exactly, dude. Exactly. I'm not anti-immigrant. Never have been. Just be a legal immigrant. It's your choice. See, free humanity. That's the weaponization of empathy I was talking about earlier with James. Enforcing the border is not infringing upon humanity. Just come here the legal way. Do shit the right way. If you do it the right way, you won't get deported. And you know, like, watching all of this, the movement's already been marred. It already has a bad name. It's not going to generate any support. They don't have a good argument besides you're a bad person if you don't believe this. And to double up on that, eventually they're going to run out of money. They're going to have to go home. And what's going to happen when they stop marching? Oh yeah, 100%, Abe. I did. No, I can't. It's funny you say that because to me, when I saw them, I didn't. Oh, 1 second. I know you're not. I was supporting what you were saying. Yeah, Scott. Sorry, I was just expanding on it. That's all. I was just going on a tangent. But if I'm not mistaken, Abe, that might just be like local transportation. Now, I would hope it's not buses full of people that are being brought in, but it does look like local transportation. Yes, Matt, I saw that too. Yeah, they were passing out American flags, so it looked better on camera. But it's already done. The damage to this movement has already been done. They will not attract anybody to it anymore. People are so fucking tired of these riots. They're not gonna build any steam. They can march and stomp their feet and throw tantrums all they want, but it's over. And once everyone gets tired, and once people stop showing up, because it won't last forever, the raids will continue. They will continue and continue and continue. At least with the civil rights movement back in the 60s, they had a good argument for their marches and shit. These guys don't even have, like, a leg to stand on. It's way worse than when BLM was found out too, I think. Yeah, 100%, bro. 100%. Yeah. Like, the reason why there's so many people in the streets, and everyone knows this, is because they're in deep blue cities. That's it. There's not a bunch of people in the streets because a majority of folks in the country support this ideal. It's the exact opposite, actually. Most people in the country want these immigrants out. The illegal immigrants. They want these people deported. That's what they voted Trump into office for. And so when you're burning cars, throwing piss bottles and fireworks at police, throwing cinder blocks through windshields, busting out windows of the police station, you're not doing yourself or your cause any favors. It's as simple as that. They had an opportunity to do this peacefully from beginning to end. And no one is going to be able to see anybody in these crowds, hear anybody in these crowds, anything they have to say, without having the image of people standing on cars with Mexican flags and fires behind them. This has done nothing. 3,000 foot perspective. I wish everyone could see what's coming next. Buckle up, America, buckle up. Yeah. I really genuinely don't think I have anything to worry about here in Bama. Like, this only exists in the big cities, man. Like, Birmingham's a blue city, but it's not that kind of blue city. Kind of a weird angle that dude's got there, bro. It's like, come on, bro. Seeing like, so okay, last night in New York, right? Like before shit was popping off, they were screaming the same thing, peaceful protest. They're chanting peaceful protest. But the second someone starts throwing things at cops, yeah, Ashton, dude, same here in Alabama, bro. Same here in Alabama. But see, that's the thing, man. Like, Matt, cities, all the major liberal cities are surrounded with people who oppose this shit. Maybe not within like a 15 to 20 minute drive, but you look at any map, outside of big cities, shit's not that blue, man. Yes, it will, Abe. I 100% agree. Yeah. And see, all this is doing is it's just digging that, like digging the idea of fuck immigrants deeper into the people who disagree with it. And everyone who does not agree with this movement, it's going to push them farther away. So all of these people who are out in the streets right now, they're not going to be attracting anybody to their cause. In fact, the exact opposite. People are going to start walking away. And the farther away people get, just like you're saying, the more volatile things will get. Yeah, Penchuchin, you're right. It already has started, for sure. But as this continues, it's going to get worse. That's fair. Hey, that's fair. If you know small towns that have those, fair. But it seems like now I'm in a deep red state. I come from a deep red state, so it's just that's the perspective that I have. Just from where I've come from, right? Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. Alabama is a big gun state, and I have lots of friends here. Yeah, you're in Montana, right? Abe? Ashton, my dude. Matt, what state are you in, bro? Yeah, Ashton, you're in PA, so what would that be? Like Pittsburgh, Philly, and... Where else in PA is blue? I can't think of it right now. Yeah, without a doubt, Panchuchin. I have developed a taste for canned vegetables, let me tell you. Yeah, without a doubt. 100% this was organized. There's no way it's not. Oh, you're in Jersey. Oh, okay. State College, got it. Here, give me just a second, guys. back, I'm back, I'm back. Oh, fuck, dude. I wish Birmingham PD was like that. You hear gunshots going off around here all the time. But see, the homies that live out like East Lake, Bessemer, West End, Ensley, like all those areas, they don't vibe with any of this bullshit. They're all a bunch of prison dudes, man. Like, they don't give a fuck about these immigrants. They're not gonna get any support from these people. None. If anything, they want the immigrants out. Ugh. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, guys, like and sub. Hit that notification bell. If you like edgy conservative politics, smash that button. Or if you like arguing with people that spout edgy conservative politics, smash that like button and sub. I welcome any dissent. Unlike these libs, I'm always down to argue my points of view. I can fight for what I believe in. I don't need a fucking mob. Live in Altoona. If shit goes down here, my uncle works for the part of the sheriff's department, and he will make sure that shit gets shut down real quick. When BLM was a thing, he stopped 2 protests. Yeah. Well, see, and that's one of the things, like, with Birmingham, right? Birmingham's a blue city, but, like, none of that shit's going on here. If it does, I'm gonna figure out a way to live stream it. I'm fucking going out there, boys. So you're gonna see me out on the roads. But it's not gonna happen here. There's not enough support, there's not enough population. Most people just wanna go to work and go home. Like, that's... People don't give a shit about this kind of stuff. Democrats aren't vying for Alabama. That's really what it comes down to. Democrats know this is a deep red state. It's always going to be a deep red state, so they don't need to organize and fund these protests in those states. That's what it comes down to. They don't care about immigrants or illegal immigrants being deported from these states. They don't give a shit. They're not going to get the electoral college votes anyway. They need Illinois, they need New York, they need Washington, they need California, they need Oregon. Yeah, absolutely, Scott. 100%. I got cola slush, dude. I don't know if you can see that. Cola slush. It's fucking fantastic. I'm a big fan, dude. Big fan of the cola slush. I'm honestly like thinking about going and getting another one. Because I got 3% juice right now. Peach jam's fantastic. I haven't tried it, but I can already tell. I love me some peach flavors. That's why I like one of my favorite dip flavors was Skull Peach. Yeah, but that money's gonna run out eventually. They're gonna need to either get back to school or whatever and get back to work. That's the thing. There'll still be people out protesting. It's gonna be nowhere near this big. Nowhere fucking near. The longer it lasts, the more damage they're doing to themselves. See, if, like, and when I went to the vape store, bro, they didn't have peach jam, dude. Or peach slush. They didn't have any peach flavors. They had, like, a couple mixes, but that's it. Yeah, I bet they do taste good, man. But again, guys, thank you for the support. I really fucking appreciate it. I know, Benjuchin. That's what I'm saying, dude. A lot of these folks just want to go home. Now, there are the protesters in the cars that, like, you know, they're waving flags out of the cars and standing on top of them or whatever. But a lot of these folks are just like, fuck, dude. Either trying to get home from work or trying to get to a night job. You know what I mean? And for the sixth day in a row, you just fucked them up. Okay, so apparently this is at LA City Hall. This has been gathering for a couple hours now, dude. Dateslav? Yeah, this is the LA riots. Yeah. Sorry, there's a bit of a delay between when I see the comment and I say something about it and when it actually comes up on the stream. The second I saw the comment, I said something about it, but yeah, this is the LA riots. They're all at the City Hall right now. They're gonna protest Karen Bass. They're gonna protest Gavin Newsom. They're going to try and fight them to take back the National Guard and keep them from guarding the federal building so they can march up on the federal building and pull those fucking illegal immigrants that need to get deported out. Yeah, right, Panfusion. That's a big mystery, isn't it? Have you ever had the shocker flavor adding to the slushie? Mm-mm. It's Eastern European, right? I had a couple of Eastern European friends growing up. That's the only reason I know. So Belarusian, Ukrainian, and Russian. I don't know if that's necessarily where your name comes from, but that's the general area of where it comes from. Yeah. Oh, got it. Okay. Volstead Act. Got it. Got it. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, highly fucking doubt it, dude. Yeah, dude. Volstead, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. if you were here legally and didn't have a child, a fucking anchor baby, you wouldn't get separated from your family. But that's the thing, there's nothing these guys can do. There's nothing they can do. And it's a beautiful thing to see. They can... Yeah, 100%, Ashton. Yeah, without a doubt. Yep, 100%. Well, the thing is, like, there's nothing they can do. In a legal sense, none of these politicians can do anything to fight this. They're not going to do anything to fight this. They're just going to rally people up and get people all fucking in a tizzy. And they're going to burn their own cities down. And when they all get tired, and they all finally go home, because they all finally gave up, the raids will continue. And it's a good thing. I'm just so glad yeah, right, no shit, Ashton. I was so glad to see that federal courts smack down all of the fucking lawsuits against the Trump administration for this. Their hands are tied. They can't do anything. They can't do a thing. Boys, I got about 35 minutes to stream, and then I'm going to be jumping off. Bring families back together. Yeah, send their kids too. I support it. See, there's a weaponization of national pride right there. We the people, talking about, what's that, the Declaration of Independence? No. God damn it, the Constitution. Why am I so dumb? Yeah, the Constitution. Sorry, guys. I'm a fucking retard. Ugh. But they're weaponizing national pride against us. They're appealing to people when they hold these signs up so they can say, hey, look at this. We understand this more than you. That's their goal. That's what they want to achieve with that. It's all mental manipulation. We built a country that hates us. Where did this come from? Where did this idea that people who are not American built this country? Can anybody explain that to me?
Sandra. Here goes.
Oh, here we go. It's starting to kick off, boys. When does curfew start over in LA right now? Okay, so it starts at 8 p.m. I don't know, because they've been throwing explosives at cops for a while now. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Oh, hold on. And these chants suck too. %, man. Yeah, 100%. But that's what I was talking about earlier, Scott, with that self-victimization, right? Like, they must have some form of victimization. And the only thing that victimizes people the most to them is what they consider hate. And hate has become such a fucking buzzword. It's become such a, like, malleable, aphormous word that it can be applied to anything. Like if I say men are men and women are women, that's hate speech to people. To them, that's hate speech. That means I must hate them. There's no other option. There's no other way to describe when I have an opposing belief. Yeah, for sure.
We'll just frame you up, and then if you could look at me, not at the camera. Is that better? A little bit.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
you want me to look at directly at you?
Please, thank you. And I'll just hold this. I'll hold it and I'll pick up your voice. So can I start with your name, please?
Kimberly Gomez.
Can you spell both of them, Kimberly?
It's Kimberly, and then Gomez is Gomez.
Okay. And how old are you, please?
I'm 20 years old.
20 years old, and
Yes.
you're an LA resident?
I was born here, but my dad and mom are from Mexico. So this whole thing is really meaningful for me that there's a lot of people coming out, supporting, and knowing that their country is something to speak up about.
And what do you think of all these crowds?
This isn't gonna last.
Situation right now?
Sorry.
I feel like there's certain things that many people can't
It's not gonna
prevent
last.
from doing. They can't
Sucks to
speak
suck.
up.
I don't know
They
what to fucking
can't
tell you.
open mind whatever they want to say, but hurting other people, because as well they're human beings, but hurting other people is not good. It's something that our country's not gonna accept that if we're hurting other people.
Oh,
But
what a
I am
fucking
proud that
legend,
there's
Volstead, dude.
countries here celebrating.
You know, I actually did.
For a country that's being
So I did a live stream a few days ago on the Rand Corporation, and part of that live stream went in like we talked about the No Child Left Behind Act and the kind of things that the Rand Corporation has done when it comes to research they use to try to influence public education policy. Yes. From what I've heard of it, Scott, yes. That's the thing that's like, they do math on a grid or whatever, right?
Knows this country, they will fight for one another.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sure, but it looks like they're pushing.
See, I'm not military, but I hang out with a bunch of military guys. Josh Blinzler, what's up, man? Welcome to the party. Yeah, 100%. They pushed kids through that couldn't read or do basic math. Yeah, it just lowered the standards for what it meant to go through school. I mean, that's literally what it is. Scatter! You fucking roaches. See, like when they start chanting that shit, here's the thing to me, right? So they start chanting that shit, and to me, all I hear is, yeah, well, we were throwing piss bottles and fireworks and bombs, but we were chanting peaceful protest. Things are starting to heat up a little bit, boys. Yeah, all them horses showing up, dude, for sure, brother. Yeah, right, exactly. Exactly, Wolstead. Scatter! Yeah, right, Scott. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see that one, bro. No shit. We're still just waiting to see if anything kicks off tonight, guys. Moving right along. Seems like everything's gonna really go down at LA City Hall. You know, I do think it was really smart for them to start doing the controversial shit that they're going to do, the Trump administration, over a year before the midterms. Because all the polls and stuff that are coming out now are showing that, like, Democrats have the popular majority when it comes to the congressional picks that are going to be chosen in the midterms. Yeah, no shit, Volstead, for real. Oh, bro, he's got a legit grenade launcher. Holy fuck. Yes, sir. You goddamn right. And I don't even know how, bro. They have, like, well, at least they've had streets blocked off all day. That's probably why they're still running. For real. Yeah, do you think, bro? Cool, man. Yeah. I'm probably going to stop streaming here in about 15, 20 minutes. I'll jump over to Rob's. Dateslav here. Volstead. My bad, dude. Here, I will, This is going to be the channel that I'm going over to.
For your technical,
This is going to be the channel that I'm going over to. Guys, I have that linked in chat. Mad Matt, yeah, absolutely, bro. But definitely, if you're not already subbed to Rob Noor, please sub to Rob Noor. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, absolutely, Matt. Thank you, bro. Thanks for coming in. Volstead, thank you for coming in. Scott, thank you for coming in. Abe, thank you for coming in. Ashton, thank you for coming in. You guys have been fucking awesome. I really appreciate all the support. It's been incredible. I'm really looking forward to continuing doing this on a daily basis. I'm gonna stick around here for about 15 more minutes, just bullshitting. But if you guys are going over to Rob's, you know I will definitely see you there, for sure. Oh, you sure will, Matt. For real, bro. Thank you again, man. It really means a lot, bro. It really means a lot. Rob's really kind of helped me grow I'm a brand new channel, dude. Not even 2 weeks old, you know? Just moving on forward, keeping doing the thing I'm doing, you know? It's been huge. The amount of support and everything that I've gotten. You guys are fantastic, dude. It really means a lot. Seriously. Oh, where are they running from? Are they going to kettle him into the park? They sure are, bro. They're going to kettle him into the park. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, man, dude, Abe's great. I'm very grateful for him, bro. He's been incredibly helpful. He's given me a lot of good pointers on things I can do to grow and be better in this space, man. It's been fantastic, for real. Yeah, they're getting the fuck out of there because they're about to get closed in. They know it, dude. 100%.
You guys know where I can get to Union Station? Okay.
No, Abe, he's got the chin strap beard with the top hat. That's Abe. Good fucking guy, bro. Good fucking guy. For sure. Here, I'll go ahead and link his channel. And, oh, wait, here, hold on. Let me move that over. All right, that's Abe Dinkus. There's my boy Avery too, man. All right, we're seeing where this is going. We'll see how far this all moves. See if they keep hanging in there and Hey, Volstead, dude, thanks for coming in. Thanks for showing your support, man. I'm probably gonna end the stream here. I've been streaming for over 5 hours now. But it's been fun, man. I really hope you come back in. Hope to see you again. Thanks for the support. You guys are awesome. Wait, 1 minute. Fun fact, Riot armor is not ballistic. Those guys are wearing 3 different types of armor. Really? Yeah, thank you, brother. You have a great night now, okay? It's been a pleasure, bro.